first thing that we're going to do is I want to get the sides thicknessed down, get them to the proper thickness, and then we'll put them in the mold and let them just sit and dry. So we're going to wet them down to get them bent. And we're just going to let them dry for a couple of days before we're ready to start really doing anything with the sides. So that's the first thing I want to do. I just measured these sides, the thickness, and they're about 135 thousandths thick. And so I want to take them down to between 80 and 85 thousandths, and then they'll be in good shape to bend. So let's move over to the thickness sander that I use. It's right here. And this is a Powermatic. It's a dual drum thickness sander. I've had this for about 16 years. It's been a really nice piece of equipment. There are a lot of nice thickness sanders on the market these days that are single drum, and they just work great. But this has been doing a good job for me, and I'll keep using it as long as it'll let me. So let me get the sides. Now I'm going to be making a lot of noise while I go through this step. And so I'm just going to put the sides through one time here on the camera, and then I'm going to turn the camera off and finish getting the sides to thickness off camera, and then we'll turn things back on when we're ready to start bending. So anyway, let's get started. I'm going to start making some noise here. I've got to turn on the vacuum system and then turn on the sander. So I won't be able to be heard very much here for the next few minutes, but I'll show you at least how I get started with this. So let's back the camera up just a little bit. And I've got to walk around my tables here to get to the outfeed table. So let's get started. Pass through the sander. I'm going to take quite a few more passes, so I'm going to turn the camera off and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so the sides are at proper thickness now. They're between about 80 and 85 thousandths thick. And I've got a little template here that I use that shows approximate length and where the waist goes on a side for this guitar. So I've set my side down on the template and made a real light marking here of where the waist is, and another mark here that shows where the top of the guitar is. And now I'm going to take this over to my bending station and get this side bent. So hang on, I'll turn the back camera back on in just a second. Okay, so here we are. I do this step on the floor because I've got a concrete floor, and getting it a little bit wet doesn't hurt anything. And so what I've got here is a sandwich of aluminum foil. This has been used a few times. And then just inside of the aluminum foil, I have some parchment paper. And I'm just going to put my side here. You can see the waist is marked here with a permanent marker right there. So I'm just going to be sure that my mark for my waist is in the same spot. And now I'm just going to wet this down. I'm going to get it nice and soaking wet just using the spray bottle. both sides. I know some people will soak their sides for a half hour or so. You don't really have to do that. You can if you want to, I guess, but it's not necessary. This is all that's really needed. Now I just want to make sure that my mark for the waist is lining up with the mark on the top of the foil. And then I'm going to set that down on one of these steel plates. Again, the waist is marked on the plate, so I can stack the sandwich up just right. And then here we have a heat blanket that also has the waist marked. And then another layer. So now we're going to take this and I'm going to put this into the bending machine. So let's see if I can just move the camera right up here. And here's my bending machine. This is a Fox bender. This was developed by Charles Fox. Here, let me give you a better view of that. So there's the bender. And like I said, this was developed by Charles Fox, quite a few years ago. And it's pretty common equipment for a huge number of guitar makers. And you'll just see how I put the sides in there. And let's go ahead and get started. I'm just going to get this sandwich that we created and slide it right in here and line the waist up with where the waist is going to be. It's right where these slots are. That's right where the waist goes. And I'm going to just snug this up. I'm not going to tighten it yet, but I'm just going to snug it up. Now, one of the nice things that the Fox bender has, it's got this little bar here that snugs up the whole sandwich and keeps it really tight right at the waist. So what that does, as you're tightening this down, it keeps those fibers together in the waist and doesn't let them split. So it holds them together really tightly. So that's all together very nicely there. So now I'm going to heat it up. And my setup here is a pretty old one. I've had this for, I'm sure, a good 20 years. So I don't have temperature control on this. So I've just got it on high, and I don't know just exactly how hot that is, but it's not going to be on for very long, just long enough for me to make the bend, and then I turn it off. So I like to keep my hands on this as long as possible, just to make sure everything is getting really nice and hot. It's getting very hot right now. And so once I'm happy with the temperature, then I'll start very, very slowly cranking down on the waist. And I just want to give that plenty of time. The wood is nice and thin. That sandwich is being held together really tightly. And we just want to start putting a little bit of pressure on there, little by little. You don't want to rush this. I've seen a lot of people break really expensive sets of wood by rushing this process. it's down, it's going to just stop. We won't be able to crank it any farther once it's all the way down. That's pretty much it right there. Okay, so I like to do the lower bout next. That's the more gentle of the two bends that still are remaining. So I'm just going to pull this around, nice and easy. Okay. And then we'll do the upper bout last. Okay, there we go. Now these springs can be taken off because they've done their job. And I can turn off the here. The heat was only on for about 2.5 minutes, something like that. So, and it is very, very hot right now. So we're going to leave this alone for probably a half hour or something like that. Once it's nice and cool, I'm going to give it one more shot of heat. And then while it's still kind of warm, a little bit moist, I want to put it into the mold under those conditions and then let it sit there for a couple of days. So that's it as far as bending the sides are concerned. I'll do the other one off camera. It's the same thing. But what I will do as soon as this is done, I'll show you how I put it into the mold. So we'll be back in just a little bit. Okay, so the side is just about ready to take out of the mold. I've given it its second little shot of heat, and it's just cool enough to touch, which means it's just about ready to go. So I'm going to take this out. Yeah. So I'll set everything right here and get the sides taken out of the sandwich. Side. Okay, so I'm going to whip the camera around this way. And let's get this put into the mold. Okay. What I want to do is get a couple of sticks on each side of the waist to hold this down. Okay, that looks good. Now this is not quite straight on here, so I'm going to have to loosen these and give it a little bit of a turn to be sure that the sides are as straight as they can possibly be so that they'll line up right. That looks pretty good. So now I'm just going to continue to put a few more sticks on here. And this is one of the things that I like about this mold a lot, because with these rims on here, it enables me to clamp the sides down and hold them really straight and stiff against the mold. So I haven't talked much about the mold yet, but I designed this mold probably around 2001, 2002, somewhere in there, because I didn't like any of the molds that were out on the market. They were all very simplistic and just basically the core of this mold. And so after a lot of trial and error, I came up with this method of putting the ribs on so that you could take the ribs off when you want to put the kerf down, and then put the ribs back on when you need to clamp something. Okay, there it is. I'll get this a little closer so you can see just what we've got. So there's a good view of the ribs. And this center section here is the core of the mold. Okay, everything's looking really good. So that is it for now. The next thing we're going to do, I'm going to go put the other side in, and you've already seen that, so I'm not going to videotape that. Okay, we're back. We're getting ready to start on the sides now. And what we're going to be doing is, the first thing is putting the two halves of the mold together. So here's one half, one side there. And I'm going to get this a little bit closer so you can see it. And you can see here, we've got some overhang that we've got to cut off. And it's just a simple job. What I'm going to do is I'm going to use a flush trim saw that I can just put on my mold here and cut. And just to keep this from flapping around, I'm going to clamp just a scrap of wood right against it, just below the cutting zone. And so I've got a couple of C-clamps here that I'm going to use for this. And just clamp this on there. On both sides. There. Now, I'm going to be holding my thumb down on the saw, and I'm just going to be using the edge of my mold as the surface, and I'm just going to trim this right against that surface. Okay, done. Now, what's happened here is very, very typical, and you can't really see it very well in the video, but the saw crept up just slightly as I came across, so it's a little bit too tall. So if I put the other half of the mold against this, that's going to be a high spot, and we can't have that. So I'm going to use just a little sanding block with 150 grit sandpaper, and I'm going to go over that a little bit. And I'm trying to keep this off of my mold. I don't want to be sanding my mold down. So I'm trying to tilt it just slightly so that it's not sanding my mold, and try to keep it focused on that little high spot there. It's almost there. That's pretty good. Okay, that's pretty good. And that takes a couple of minutes to do. It's just the way it is sometimes. So I'm going to do the same thing over here on this other side. Here, and just trim off this piece. Then I'm going to go get the other side, which is sitting right over here in the camera, and do the same thing. So I'm going to go finish doing this, and when I've got that done, I'll be back. Okay, so as you can see, I've put the two halves of the mold together now, the two halves of the sides and the molds, and everything is fitting very nicely. What I have done is I've put a piece of wax paper in underneath the side, between the side and the mold, so that as we glue on the head block and the end block, or the head block and the tail block, we don't get any of the glue on our mold. So let's go over to this other bench here right now, and I'm going to start preparing the end block. And here it is. Let me move some stuff out of the way. This is just a piece of 3/8 inch Baltic birch. It's what I use for all of my end blocks. I learned about this technique from Charles Fox in a class several years ago, and I liked the idea. It's plenty strong enough, and it's not going to split or have any kinds of problems like a piece of mahogany might have. So it works really well. What I have done, actually, let me go back over to the guitar body again real quick and show you. It's a little bit hard to see here, but let me get this as low as I can. And what I've done is I've made a couple of little marks here. Let me get that out of the way. I made a measurement of how far the side overlaps from the mold. And I've made a little mark. And I did the same thing on the other side, is how far the side overlaps above the mold. And I made a mark there. So measuring between those two marks, I get almost exactly 4 1/4 inches. Now, I don't want to make the end block be 4 1/4 inches. I want to leave a little bit extra, so in case it moves a little bit during gluing or whatever. So I'm going to allow 1/8 of an inch on each side. So I'm going to make it 1/4 of an inch too big, and then we're going to do a little bit of planing and so on to get it down to the right size later. But I want to be sure it's plenty big enough to fit for our needs. So that's 4 1/8 plus 1/4 of an inch, 1/8 on each side, gives us 4 3/8. So that's what we're going to do. And the typical width of an end block is about 3 inches. Now, if you happen to have a block that's 2 3/4, that's fine. Being exactly 3 inches is not the critical thing here. You just want something that's big enough to give that side some nice stability as the two halves of the mold are glued together. And 3 inches is a nice round number for that. So here's our piece of Baltic birch. The top edge is a little bit rough. I don't really care about that because I'm going to be planing and sanding that down. So I'm just going to mark this down from the top at 4 3/8, like we had said. So there's 4 3/8 right there. And let me mark that across here using a nice square. And then we want that to be 3 inches wide. So I'm going to mark that at 3 inches. And I'm going to mark up here at 3 inches as well. And then mark that. And now I'm going to go cut this out on the bandsaw. So I'm going to make a little bit of noise. Let me make this cut and I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. I've made that cut and here is my end block. And I left a little bit of excess on the end, so it's a little too long. That's okay. And I left a little bit of excess on the side, so it's a little too wide. But I don't want that rough cut there showing inside the guitar. So I've just brought it over to my disc sander. I'll make a little noise for a second here, but I just want to make that a nice clean line. And there it is. Clean this side up a little bit. Okay, so there's our head block. And what we're going to do now is we're going to go put a radius on one side of this because our sides in our mold are not flat. So I've got to put a radius on one side of this so it's going to snuggle in very nicely and fit really solid against the sides as they come together. So I'll move the camera and show you what I'm talking about. So here's the side. And you can see that if I try to fit this on there, there's a gap. So it's not going to fit. You can see that we've got to do something. So I've got a little jig over here that I'll show you. I'm going to show you 2 ways to do this. The first way is using a jig that I'll show you on the end block. And this is a great little jig. I believe this was developed by Charles Fox. I've seen one in Charles's shop and I've seen one in Tom Rebecki's shop. And this little jig, this bottom piece here has a curve on it that matches the curve that we need to match on our side and on our mold. And there is a lip here that you can see sticking up from my base, and that will go against that lip, and as I rotate it, the piece of birch that I'm going to have double stick taped to the mold is going to get sanded right along with the right along there with the sandpaper. So I'm going to go away for a second and get this taped to my jig here, and I'll be back and I'll show you how it works. Now I'm going to show you what I'm doing here. I've taken my block and I've just drawn a center line down the middle of it and a center line up on the top and the bottom edges. And I've got some double-sided tape that I just got from Stuart McDonald. And I'm just going to put tape on either side of the line and cut it with an X-Acto knife. Do the same thing on the other side. And then cut off the flaps on each edge. I don't need. Okay, so there it is. So now we'll just take off the plastic cover and bring it over here. Let's see, let me move the camera. There. So bring it over here, and I'm just going to double stick tape this directly to my jig. And I want to push on that nice and hard. I don't want that tape to come loose while we're busy sanding it. So there it is. There's the jig. Let me hold this up to the camera better. And if anybody's interested in building this, it's really simple. You've got the block on the bottom here, which has the radius on the edge, and a block on the top holding this block that is big enough to tape our end block to. Everything's a block. And just a couple of screws here that are just screwed into threaded inserts on the base. So these can be moved back and forth. So there's really not much to making this little jig, and it can be extremely useful to have. And if you've got multiple different guitars with multiple different radii, then you'll want to have multiple different bass blocks here that have the proper radius on them. Okay, so I'm going to bring this over to the sander and show you how that works. Okay, so here it is. Here's the whole jig. I've got everything pushed forward so that the radius is riding on that rail, and the front of my block is right against the sandpaper. And so now, let me make sure my vacuum is hooked up right. Because this can make a lot of dust in a hurry. So I'll turn it on. It's going to make some noise. You can see how it works. Okay, so there it is. It's sanded a little bit through the first layer on each side, and I'm going to go see how it fits. Okay, at first glance the fit looked pretty decent, but I've got to remove it from the jig to really check it. So let's go over here and take a look. I'm going to lower the camera so maybe you can see a little better. And that goes on there extremely well. That's a great fit. So this piece is actually ready to glue. Now let me see if I can get the camera a little closer so you can see something else here. These ends where I marked the center line on the end on both sides is going to line up with the joint between the two sides. So that's how it's going to be easy to tell when we've got this placed in the right spot. And that's it. So otherwise it's looking terrific. And I'm going to glue this on first, and then I'll show you how we're going to do the neck block on the other side. So I'll get ready to glue this and I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got a little bit of glue. Here's the block, and let's just get plenty of glue put on this thing. And we want a nice, fairly thin, even coat. See, I put way too much glue on, but that's okay. I'd rather have too much than too little. Okay, so now I want to be sure that I'm overlapping my chalk or my white pencil marks that show where the mold is. And this wants to swim quite a bit, which is normal. So I'm going to put my first clamp down and see if I can't start to get this thing stabilized. That looks good. And I'm putting the orientation of these clamps diagonally opposite each other. And I don't know if anybody else does it that way, but I do, just to make sure I've got as even a clamping pressure as I can possibly have. There. My center line is still looking good. So that's it. We've got good squeeze out everywhere. And now we can prepare the other piece. I'm going to clean this up for a couple of minutes, and then we'll start preparing the neck block while this is drying. So I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so it's time for us to start working on the end block, or I'm sorry, the neck block. And before we do that, I just want to draw a picture of what we're doing. Here, there's a side view of the guitar here. We just finished up the end block here, and we're about to come over here and do the neck block. Now, the important difference is on this end of the guitar, we're approximately 4 1/4 inches deep. Over here, we're 3 1/4 inches deep. So not only is it a smaller dimension, but the body has a different shape to it. It's much thinner on the neck side than it is down on the end side. And so this is tapered. It's not just tapered, it's also got a 15-foot radius. So you've got an angle here that you've got to be aware of. So we're going to be cutting this block out square. We're not going to be putting the angle on it yet. So we've got to make sure that we've got a big enough block to make up the difference, to make up that angle. So most steel string guitars are constructed this way. And ours is basically an inch smaller on the neck side than it is down on the end of the guitar. So let's go over to the guitar and I'll show you basically what we're going to be looking at. Okay, so right here is where this neck block is going to be going on. And you can see I've drawn a couple of white lines on the guitar. And that's basically where the edges of the mold are, both on the top side and on the back side. And those two lines are approximately 3 1/4 inches apart. So we need to make a block that's going to go in there. And what I want to do is I want to oversize it on the top side just a little bit, about 1/8 of an inch. But I want to oversize it on the back side more like 1/4 of an inch. So we make sure that we get that taper. We give that taper plenty of room. So that's what we're shooting at here. And let's go take a look at the board that we're going to be cutting the block out of. Okay, so here's the board. It's a nice piece of mahogany. The grain is going horizontally. Now let's talk about the two dimensions that we're working on here. First of all, we've got a 3 1/4 inch dimension for the back of the body. We're going to add 1/8 for the top and 1/4 for the back. So if you add that all up, it comes to 3 5/8. You can go do the arithmetic, but that's what it comes to, 3 5/8. So I've made a mark on our board here that this dimension from top to bottom of our block is 3 5/8. So what's the width of the block? What makes sense for the width of the block to be? Well, you need to know what your neck is going to look like. So this is a typical steel string guitar, similar to Martin proportions. So our nut width is going to be 1 3/4 of an inch. And the width at the 14th fret, which is where the neck meets the body, is 2 1/4. So we want to make this block minimum of 2 1/4 inches wide. If it happens to be just a 32nd or two wider than that, then that's okay, but it's not necessary. So the only thing that's important is that's at least 2 1/4 wide and 3 5/8 tall. Now, how thick is this block? We're going to be using a dovetail on this guitar. So the dimensions of a dovetail, and this is outlined in my book quite a bit, the dovetail itself on the neck is cut 5/8 of an inch deep. The dovetail in the end block, or in the head block, is cut 3/4 of an inch deep. So that you've got an 1/8 of an inch gap between the neck and the head block of the dovetail. And that 1/8 of an inch is really important. You've got to have a gap there. If you ever have to take the neck off, it's 5/8 of an inch from the 15th fret to the 14th fret. So the way you take a neck off is you take the fret out, the 15th fret out, drill a couple of holes, and you'll hit that gap. Now you can inject steam in there, and that'll melt your glue, and you can take the neck off. If you don't have that gap in there, it's very difficult to get a neck off because you don't have any way of getting the steam or heat to the glue joint. So it's important that you have that gap. I've seen in some books that you don't want any gaps, and that's ridiculous. You want to make your guitar work and be repaired. And so having that gap there is very important. So what does that mean for the depth of our neck block, you want the neck block to be at least double that. So minimum of 1.5 inches. Now this board here is a little bit longer than that. I think it's about 1 3/4. I'm just gonna leave that alone. That's okay. It makes things just a touch heavier, but it's not that much. So we're gonna go with that. So I'm gonna go away and I'm gonna cut this block out, and we'll be back in a few minutes. And now we've also got to cut a radius on the back of this block so that it goes up to the, goes into the guitar mold. We could use a similar jig. It would be slightly altered because the block is so thick now, you can't just use the same block. So we're just gonna do this one by hand. We're just gonna put this one on my disc sander and move it around a little bit until we've got the curve matching. So we're going to have to go back and forth a few times between the disc sander and the guitar neck or the guitar mold to be sure it's right. So I'm going to go cut this out and I'll be back and we'll go fit it. Okay, so here's the block. I just cut it on the bandsaw, so these sides here are a little bit rough. We want to clean those up because you can actually see this block when you look through the sound hole. We don't want this to be all rough and jagged. So I want to clean this up and make those edges look pretty good. You can see my lines here. So I don't have to sand away very much, but I want to clean the block up. So let's take a look at what I'm trying to do here. And let's do it. Getting close. Okay, that's pretty good. Let's go do the other side. Okay. That's looking pretty good too. Okay, so the other thing that I want to do now is I want to just chamfer this edge. And this edge. Okay. There we go. So this is the edge I'm going to be sanding right here. And largely for looks. We put these two chamfers on the block, but it's a little bit more than that, because we're going to have a big block glued underneath the top of the guitar. We don't want that sharp edge glued under the spruce without rounding it a little bit. That could introduce a split or a crack that could go along. So this should help any kind of splits or cracks show up, and just make it look a little bit better as well. So now we've got a nice flat edge here. We've got to put a little bit of a curve on that edge, and then we'll go see if it matches our curvature on our mold. Okay, so let's do that. Okay, I'm going to see if that fits, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I want to point out one more thing. You can see here I've made another line on the back side, a 1/4 inch outside my original line, and on the top side, 1/8 of an inch outside that line, so I know exactly where to place my block. I also put a center line on the top and on the back of my block, so I can easily line it up on the center seam and get things lined up just right, get things even with my top line, even with my back line, and this shows me exactly where to glue the block. So let's go do it. Okay, let's do it. I've got 4 more cam clamps that I'm ready to use. So let's put some glue on the back of this block. Spread it around. Okay, so let's see if we can get this put down. All of these blocks want to move around a little bit because they've got all that glue on them. So it takes a little while to get everything in just the right spot so that you can put on the clamp. So that's just about right there. It's good on the other side. Okay. Squeeze out looks really good. Okay. That looks good too. That's it. So let's let that sit for a little while, and then we'll come back and get to the next step. Okay, so here we have the sides. You can see the end block and the neck block are glued in, and they're ready to go. What I'm doing here is I'm getting ready to glue in the double side. And I've just prepared a dry clamping. So all this is just a whole bunch of cawls that you might not be able to see, but I've got numbered on them 1 through 20. So I've got 20 cawls that I've got clamped to the side here. And as I glue in my veneer, I'm going to use all of these cauls to hold it in place. So this is just a dry clamping. And so what I like to do is where I've got certain cauls are going to be fairly flat and certain cauls are going to have a curvature to them. So like these down in here, number 4 and 5 and number 12, 13, 14 are in a curved section. So I like to put a little bit of curvature on one side of the caul. And I'll show you real quick how I do that. So I need to move the camera and I'll be right back. So what I've got here is one fairly flat piece. Now these sticks are just leftovers from the ends of making braces. So whenever I've got a stick that's 4 or 5 inches long, I just throw it in a box and I'll come back and use it later. So this side here is flat and I want to put a curvature on it. So I'm just going to use the disc sander and very gently put a little bit of a curve onto that side. And so that works very well for what we're trying to do. The curvature doesn't have to match perfectly, but I would prefer to have at least some curvature on it rather than have the caul hitting just in 2 corners and not being as flat against the side. So anyway, that's it for this. Let's go back over to the side. Okay, so I'm going to take a few minutes. I'm going to take off all of the clamps, take all the cauls out, and I'm going to set them back here on the bench, numbered 1 through 20, so I know exactly which one I've got to use next, so that while my side is in there, my piece of veneer is in there gluing, I don't have to be fumbling around. I can just reach for number 12, clamp it in, reach for number 13, clamp it in. So we just want to get organized here before we start putting epoxy on this thing, and then we might have a real problem. So anyway, I'm going to turn the camera off while I just get this ready to go, and we'll see you again in just a few minutes. Okay, so as you can see, I've taken off all the clamps. I've got the cauls laid in order from numbers 1 through 20, and I need to now just measure out a piece of veneer. So I need to know how long to make it. I'm going to make it go from the edge of my neck block all the way to the edge of the end block. So I just put a piece of tape on there, and I'll use an X-Acto knife to cut that off. So this gives us the size we need. So let's move the camera. And I've got a couple of pieces of veneer sitting over here on this bench. And I'm just going to use one of them. Now this does not have to be exact and perfect. In fact, you may want it to be slightly short because it's a lot easier to deal with when it's not perfectly in there. You're much more likely to get it to crack if you try to make it too perfect. Okay, so there's our length. So I'm going to get a cutting board and put my cutting board underneath here. And then I've got my X-Acto knife and ruler right here. So I'm just going to use the ruler to help me to use it as a straight edge for my cut. And by the way, these veneers that I'm using here are cherry. A lot of times people will use mahogany veneers. Mahogany works great too. I happen to like cherry. I like the look, and it doesn't seem to split quite so much as mahogany does. At least that's just from my little bit of experience with this. So we're going to need this piece of tape again. So now let's take this over and see if it fits, or if I have to cut it back a little bit more. So we'll move the camera, and let's see if it's going to go in here. It's ever so slightly too long, just by a little bit. So let's take it out of here and go cut just a little bit more off. So I'll come back, move the camera back. There we are. And I'm going to cut maybe just slightly more than 1/8 of an inch, maybe like 3/16 of an inch. And that's just a guess. And there we go. Let's go check this out. The thing is, we're not going to end up with a gap here. If there's a gap after I put down the veneer, there it goes. That's just perfect. If we end up leaving a little gap, which we have a little bit of a gap there, we're going to go glue a little stick in there so that there is no gap. Just a little popsicle stick in to cover everything up. And that's going to be just perfect. So let's take the veneer out. See, by this time, I think a piece of mahogany veneer would have split on me already, and this is still looking really good. Okay, so now I'm going to turn the camera off for just a second while I go get the epoxy and get ready to glue this, so I'll be right back. Okay, so the sides are pretty much ready for us to put in the first veneer. And the first thing I have to do before that can happen is I've got to mix up the epoxy. So this is just System 3 general purpose epoxy. And so I'm gonna, I use these long pipettes because as the level of the epoxy gets lower and lower, it's hard to reach a regular pipette in and get any material out. So I use these long pipettes and they do a pretty good job with that. So I'm going to mix up a 1/2 ounce of the resin, and then on top of that I'll put in 1/4 ounce of the hardener. So this takes a minute to get everything in there. So that's at about 0.4, 0.43. And that ought to about do it. So let's put in the rest. There we go. All right, so now let's put in the resin. These are pretty thick, so sometimes it's hard to pull it up into the pipette. Okay, still need more here. Okay, we've got it. So now we're just going to mix this up. And while I mix this, I'm going to turn the camera off and move the camera where it needs to be for the next shot. So I'll see you in a second. Okay, so we've got the glue mixed. I've got a little foam brush here that I'm going to use to spread it on. So let's just get started. This is going to take a couple of minutes to get all of this on here. I need to be sure that it's thick enough because it's going to do a little bit of soaking into that wood. I've seen people do this step with a vacuum bag instead of using clamps, and I'm sure that's a perfectly good way to do it. I've never tried it like that. I'm comfortable doing it this way. This has worked out well for me, so I just keep doing it like this. So one thing to remember now is this veneer is very thin stuff. So chances are really, really good that some of this veneer is going to soak through some of this epoxy is going to soak through our veneer. So let's get it in here, and then I'm going to cover this with a sheet of wax paper before I put down any of the clamps. So that looks like that's in there pretty well. In fact, it looks really good. So I'm gonna get started here and then put the wax paper on. And then let's do it. I've got to put in two of our little slats at once. And these are 1-inch clamps. You can get these at places like Home Depot. You can get them at Harbor Freight. They're usually not too terribly expensive, but they're the right tool for doing this particular job. Okay, so I'm glad we've got these all numbered, so I know just which one to take.
When you're doing this, you can start at one end and go all the way, or you could start at the middle and go out. But you cannot start at the ends and come in. You'll end up with a bubble in the middle, and you'll never get rid of it. So don't try to do that. I learned that lesson from unpleasant experience one time. And I've actually got room for one more thin piece here, and it's pretty flat, so it'll be easy to find one that can go there. So I'm just going to stick one more on. Okay, we're done.
Everything's looking really good. I don't see any gaps. So we're set. We're going to wait several hours for this to dry, and then I'm going to turn it over and do the other side. I don't need to do that on camera. So when I come back, all of the veneer should be on, and we'll be ready to start profiling the sides. So anyway, thank you, and I'll be back after a while. Okay, so the sides have been all laminated up, and here they are. Now, this is not a necessary step. You don't have to laminate your sides. I like to do it because it makes things a little bit stiffer, makes the sides a little stiffer, and you're going to get a little bit more volume with your guitar. But it is not a critical step. If you don't want to do this, if this is an early first, second guitar, don't worry about it. But it's something that I like to do because I think it makes a difference. So anyway, as you can see, these sides are sticking up pretty high above the mold, and we need to get them down to where they're about the same height as the mold. So I'm just going to use this is just a Stanley low angle block plane, and I'm going to be going around these sides, and you want to be sure you go in the same direction as the sides. Don't try to go straight out or you'll break your side. So just go in that same direction. You'll pull up a nice curl of material, and it takes a little while. So I'm not going to leave the camera on through this entire step, but it's really fairly simple. There's not much to it. It's just a bit of elbow grease. And we could have minimized this a little bit by cutting the size of our sides a little bit closer to my template before I got them bent. I left them a little bit big, and we could have cut them closer, and then this would be less of a job. So anyway, that's what we're going to do for a while. And there's no need for me to keep the camera on through this whole step because I'm just going to be doing the same thing until my sides are very, very close to the height of my mold. So anyway, that's it for right now. And I'm just going to start work here, and I will see you in a little while. Okay, so I'm partway through carving this side back, and I wanted to show you something just to make you aware. You can see all the curls of wood that have come up. But as I'm getting to the neck block, you want to be sure to carve the very back end of it first, and don't carve it flat, because this is not going to be flat. It's going to have a curvature to it. So you want to maintain that curvature. Now we're going to actually finalize the curvature with a 15-foot radius sanding disc. And so that's how we'll get that exactly right. But you don't want to ruin that curvature right now by carving in the wrong kind of a shape. So that very back end is going to be the lowest. And so you can carve some of that away while you're working on these sides. But just be sure and carve it correctly. So anyway, that's just something I wanted to show you while I was working on this so that you don't have a problem later. Okay, I'll be back after a while. There's another thing that I just realized I didn't talk about yet. I'm sure that you've noticed all of these go bars in here holding the sides hard against the mold. We had to take off all of the clips, all of the spring clamps that we had on here and the sticks, because otherwise there's no way to get in here and do work on the sides and that kind of thing. So these are just 5/8 or 5/16 dowels. They're the same size dowels I use on the go bar deck. And I'm using those to keep the mold inside or keep the sides very firmly held inside the mold. That way we can sand. You probably notice that there's a few spots where a little bit of glue has kind of seeped through the side or the veneer. And so this way we can go in, sand some of that away, and you can move these if you need to sand more areas. But at least you have access to more of the sides. You have access to the top edge here, which we need for profiling. And then everything else is you need to get rid of any glue that's seeped through. So anyway, I don't think I had talked about that earlier, and I wanted to be sure to mention it. I like these go bars. Sometimes you'll knock one out, and it can be a little bit frustrating to get everything put back in because they knock out easily. But I like it a lot better than something like turnbuckles, because those are kind of big and awkward, and you don't get as much of the side held against the mold with turnbuckles. So anyway, I like these. I think they're a good way to go, but there are other options as well, like the turnbuckles if you prefer that method. Anyway, that's it. Thank you. Okay, we're just about at the point here on this side where we can't do a whole lot more just yet. So I've gotten a very sharp white pencil, and I'm going to draw a line right along the edge of that mold. I want to draw a line on the side because very soon we're going to have to take the ribs off and start using that 15-foot, this is the back, I have to start using that 15-foot radius sanding dish. And we need a line on there to show us how far to go. And so this is the right time to mark that spot. That's about all it takes. Then we're going to turn this over and do the other side and keep going from there. Okay, so I've gotten both the top side and the back side planed down to where I'm pretty close. And the next thing is going to be sanding with a radius dish. So what I'm doing here is I'm going to chalk this whole edge. And it's very important that you get both the head block and the neck block all chalked up, same as the sides. So that's pretty much ready to go. And we're down pretty close to the mold. So what I'm going to do now is take off these ribs so I can start sanding. I've drawn a line around the edge so I know just how far I got to go. And so we're going to take off the ribs, and I'll do that right now. Let me get an electric screwdriver. Okay, so this will take these screws off a lot faster. So there's one side that I can take off. And this is why I like these molds. They're a pain to make, but once you've got it, you can use that mold forever and you don't ever have to mess with it again. So now I can put on my kerfing and do all that kind of thing once I take this down and profile it a little bit more. So that's what I'm going to do. I've got a 25-foot radius dish with very coarse sandpaper. So I'm going to check this and see where all I'm hitting. Right now I'm kind of hitting right here in the middle. Haven't gotten down to the ends yet. And so we just need to keep going. So I'm just starting to hit this block. I haven't started hitting up here yet. So I'm just going to keep track of where I am all the way around with the lines. Make sure that things are pretty even between the neck and the head or the end of the guitar, and on the sides. So everything looks very even right now. So I want to keep it that way. And I'm just going to keep sanding until I'm pretty much down to my lines and I'm hitting both the end block and the neck block. And then we'll be about ready to go and start putting kerf on this side. But I'm going to do them both together. So anyway, I'll come back in just a little while. Okay, I've gotten one half of this done now. You can see all the way around the top. I've gotten rid of all my chalk. Everything is ever so slightly above my line, which is perfectly okay. And everything's looking really nice and clean. So I'm going to turn it over. Take the ribs off and then do the back side. I'm going to do everything exactly the same as before. So unless I run into an issue, I won't have the camera on. And if anything, I'll keep you posted if anything happens that you need to be aware of. So thank you. I'll see you in a minute. Okay, one point that I wanted to make. I haven't started sanding on the back yet. I've got it all chopped and ready to go. But just be sure when you start sanding on the back, you use your 15-foot radius-ish, not the 25, because the back radius is 15 feet. So anyway, that's a really important point that I want to be sure that I get across before I get started. Okay, I'll see you in a while. Okay, so I've got a real common situation here that you could very well run into. I've been sanding like crazy on the back side, and I've got two areas right here up on the end block and down here on the neck block that are still a little bit low. So the answer to that is I've got to keep going down. So these aren't very low. This is maybe within a 32nd. And I think this is probably also within about a 32nd of an inch of being down. But you've got to get them all the way. So I've got to continue sanding. Might be a couple hundred more turns of the radius dish, but that's what it takes. So this happens a lot, and so it's not uncommon. So we're just going to keep sanding until we get it. We've got to get these completely clean, both ends, and everything else is looking really good, but we've got to get these all the way down. So if you're having a situation like this, that's not necessarily a huge problem. The solution is you just keep sanding, and your body may be, I don't know, a 32nd, a 16th of an inch thinner than you may have expected, but that's just not a huge deal. So anyway, just want to let you know about that, and I'm going to keep going, and I'll be back in a little bit. Okay, so the sanding is all done. The profile for the sides, 25-foot radius on the top, 15-foot radius on the back is all done. It's nice and smooth. It looks great. So the next thing that we're going to do is we're going to start putting on our kerf linings. Now I just buy these. Some people make them. I don't. This is a reverse kerf, which I prefer to the regular kerf. This is basswood reverse kerf. I bought this from LMI. The reverse kerf helps make the sides stiffer, and that's been a kind of a consistent theme I've been talking about here. That's why we put in the double sides, to make those sides stiff. And this definitely helps to make the sides stiffer than the regular kerf does. So that's why I like it. Now, one of the things that you might notice when you take out a strip of kerf linings, the very end tab, you can notice it there in the camera, is a little bit bigger than the rest. So I'm going to cut that one off. And you'll see why I do that in just a minute. But I don't want a tab on there that's a different size than all the rest. So I'm going to put in a couple of strips of this kerf lining here, and then I'm going to put in a popsicle stick. And that just helps. I call it a popsicle stick. It's just a piece of spruce that I cut from scrap. That's something that just helps, just in case you get some kind of a split on the side. It will help stop the split at those points. It's very unlikely that we're going to get it with these double sides, but I just do it. It's something that I was taught to do back when I did regular single sides, and I just keep doing it now. So that's something that I'll show you how to do in just a minute. Also, you'll notice that these gaps here, I had a gap on each side where my cherry veneer came to, and it was a little bit short. Over here on this side, you can see that I've already filled that gap, and I'm going to show you how I do that in just a few minutes. That's just a piece of this spruce, I call them popsicle sticks, and I just put a piece in there. So we're going to do the same thing right up here in just a few minutes. So anyway, I'm just going to go ahead and get started. I'm going to cut a piece of this about 4.5 inches long. So I'm just using a little ruler here. Oh, let me move the camera. And I've just got a little cutting board here. So I got a little 6-inch ruler, and I'm marking off 4.5 inches. It's right there. So I'm going to cut. I'm using a little X-Acto razor saw, and then I'm just going to cut a second piece that same length, because I always double these up. What we're going to be doing, let me show you over here, is I'm going to be putting one piece here and the other piece right here, and then where these two come to an end, I'll put a popsicle stick in between. So let's go ahead and put this down. I'll just show you how I do it here real quick. First thing I want to do is there's a little frayed edge. It's on both of these just from cutting them with the razor saw. So I'm just going to grab a little piece of just a sanding block. This is just a little bit of 150 grit sandpaper, and I'll just sand off those frayed edges so that they're nice and smooth, and that's all. So now I'm going to put on this first piece. Oh, my glue is blocked here. There we go. You'll notice I almost always spread the glue with my little finger. That way, if something happens and I have to grab it, I can grab it with the rest of my fingers that are dry. And then over here on the bench that you can't see, I've just got a few pieces of tape making up a little square over in the corner of my bench that I can wipe my finger on. So anyway, we want to put this on where it sticks up, slightly proud, maybe about a 32nd of an inch proud, sticking up from the side. You do not want this to be shy of that edge. You want it to be sticking up slightly proud. Because if it happens to be shy a little bit, when we go in and try to sand this thing flat, anything that's shy of the surface, we've got to sand everything else down to that point. So we want everything to be flat. So I'll spread these out a little more evenly. There we go. Now we're going to do the other one. Okay. And these clips, I think these might be available from like Stuart McDonald. I bought these years and years ago from Home Depot, and I'm not even sure that they carry them anymore. But I've found them to be the best for a job like this. They just work really, really well. They're small, easy to get into a tight spot. Okay, so now I want to put on a popsicle stick, and it's going to go right here. And you can see my my tab here that I've got holding on my go bar is a little bit in the way. So I'm going to take that tab and move it slightly. Just move it up a little bit. There we go. Sometimes if they're more directly in the way, you have to take it off entirely and place it in a different spot. And that's just the way things are. So I've got a little nipper here that I'm going to use to nip off the uneven edges of my popsicle sticks. And so put the popsicle stick in here, nip it off, and you can make that a little bit long. It doesn't really matter. So I want to nip off 2 popsicle sticks at the same time. And I'll show you why that is. Okay, so we're going to take the first one, and I'm just going to use our sanding block here and make sure that the edges are smooth. Somebody looks inside the guitar. I don't want them to see rough edges. And we'll put some glue on this. And put it down. Now, we've got to clamp that down somehow. So the best way that I've found to clamp it is by using an extra length of popsicle stick. And we'll stick it on here vertically and just put a couple of clamps on it on the edge. So let's do that. And you can see this one is slightly shorter than the original. That's okay. So there we go. I hope that that comes through okay. And so now I can clean up a little bit of this glue squeeze out. Here, here. And any squeeze out that's on our kerf lining we can clean up too. I find that this reverse kerf, I don't get very much squeeze out because most of it goes in between in the kerf slots. And so there's not nearly as much that comes out onto the side of the guitar. Anyway, there's one section. I'm just going to continue doing these until I get all the way around. And if I run into anything that I need to explain, I'll turn the camera back on and explain it, and we'll go from there. So anyway, I will see you in a few minutes, and we'll start getting this kerf put on the guitar. Okay, so we're at a spot that I want to talk about here for a second. You see that I've glued some of my kerf linings, and I like to have a popsicle stick in about this position here. So I always try to measure these out where I'll have a popsicle stick just a couple of inches short of the waist, and then another one a couple of inches on the other side of the waist. The reason that I like to do that is whenever you get a curve in your wood that's going from one direction to the other, there's a little segment in there where it's flat. And oftentimes your wood is going to want to cup in one direction or the other. So I kind of set up my whole process to try to avoid that. The way I build my my molds so that they're long and flat the entire length of the side, or the width of the side. And I have those clamped on with slats so it stays flat as it can be while it dries out. And then we put on the second layer here, the second side, the veneer, and keep that flat, clamped in with slats the whole time. So we try to keep it flat. This is something that just helps keep that section flat now that we're not going to have those supports on there anymore. So I just do it out of paranoia to try to keep these sides nice and flat. And so that'll be consistent with any guitar that I make. I try to put one about here. The exact spot isn't so critical. Could be a little farther, could be a little closer, but I don't know, 1.5 inches, 2 inches away from that center of that curvature of the waist. And I'll do the same thing up here on this side. So anyway, that's something I wanted to explain, and I'll be back in a little while. Okay, so I'm almost done putting all of the kerf linings around the inside of the guitar, but there's one section here that I wanted to do something a little special. So one thing that I like to put on a lot of my guitars, most of my guitars, is a sound port. And a sound port's just a hole in the side, up on the upper bout there on the player's side. And it does two things. One, it helps the player hear directly what's coming from the guitar, but it also makes the guitar louder out front. And so I want to put it right about in this area here. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to reinforce this section with a couple of extra layers of veneer. So what I want to do, I've cut 2 pieces of my kerf lining, and each one is 4 inches long. And so what I'm going to do is put those in here and here, but at the moment I'm not going to glue them. I'm just going to put them in there, and I can use some of these clamps here that from sections that have dried already. So I'm just going to put that in there, and I'm going to do the same thing with the one on this side. And the reason I'm going to do that is now I can go glue a popsicle stick right up here above it, and then take these pieces of kerf out, and then glue in my my reinforcement. So that's what I'm going to do next. I'm just going to put in that popsicle stick, and I'm going to go put the popsicle stick in, and I'm going to put the rest of the kerf linings in up here. Then I'll take those popsicle sticks out, and then I'll bring the video back, and I'll show you what I do to glue in a couple layers of veneer. Then we'll just put the the kerf linings back in that section. So we've got one little spot here that's extra thick with 2 extra layers of veneer, and then we'll be able to put in our sound port later. So I'm going to put in that popsicle stick, put in the rest of the kerf linings, and then I'll be back, and we'll do those little veneered reinforcement. So I'll see you in a little bit. Okay, so as you can see, I've finished putting on the kerf linings all the way up here, and I left this section blank from kerf linings. And I've measured this out so I know just exactly how big pieces need to go in there. So here's one of the pieces, a piece of cherry that's going to go in there, and a piece of Macassar ebony. So I've got some nice color differentiation when I cut that hole. That should look very nice. So the first thing I'm going to do, I've got all my materials sitting down here. I'm going to glue these 2 pieces together. Then I'm going to put them inside. You can see some of the materials I've got here. I've got 4 slats that are going to go in there just like they did before. I've got some wax paper, and everything should be ready. So let's get started. First thing I'm going to do is put some glue on the inside of this piece here and glue these 2 pieces together so it's just easier to handle as I put them into the side. Okay. So I'm just going to spread this on as evenly as I can. I used epoxy to put the veneers down, to put the veneer down onto the sides. And here, just for ease of use, I'm just going to use Titebond. Okay, so there's the one piece. Now I'm going to put that down right over the other piece here and get them together. And they are basically ready to go. Now I'm going to put glue on this side so I can glue it into the side here. And the veneer has a lot of deep grains in it, and it's also dry, so it really wants to soak up this glue. You can really feel it just, the glue just soaking in, so I'm actually going to need a little bit more. Okay, that looks like that's pretty good, so I want to get these two pieces put together as well as I can. Wipe off my fingers, and let's get it put inside here. Kind of hard to do. I've got to take out this piece right here because that's in my way. There we go. It's almost in place. The underneath piece has slid just slightly, and it does not want to go in. It's very close though. So what I'm going to do is there's a little overlap here. I'm going to cut that off with an X-Acto knife. So this is going to fit in. And there we go. Okay, so it's in there. So I'm going to put some wax paper up here and get these clamps on. And last one. Okay, so we're done. So that'll be dry enough to take the clamps off in, I don't know, half hour, 45 minutes, something like that. And then we can put the remainder of the kerf linings just right around the edges where they're supposed to go, and we'll be done with this job, and we can pretty much forget about this whole thing until it's time to cut our sound port. That won't be till the body's all done and just before we're ready to spray on a finish. So that's it for now. Okay, we have all of the lining done at this point. I'll show you the guitar. It's looking very, very nice. All of the kerf is on, the kerf lining, and it's all sticking up a little bit proud. And we've got some of the popsicle sticks that are sticking up a little bit proud. So the next thing we need to do is go back in and reprofile everything, get it back down to where it needs to be. And so I can just take a nipper and nip off some of those tall popsicle sticks that I don't want to deal with a plane. And then there's certain areas here that stick up a little bit higher than others. And so I'm just going to go in with the plane and take some of those down just a little bit. Try to get all this where it's fairly even around. And this is the top. So that's important to remember, because when we start sanding this, we're going to be sanding the top with the 25-foot radius dish. So that all looks pretty even across there. So now I'm going to chalk everything and re-chalk the neck block. Okay, that looks pretty good. So I've got here the 25-foot radius dish. And it's time to start doing it again. So at first glance, it's hitting at the lower bout. And, you know, at this point, I'm going to turn the camera off and just keep doing this. This is also referred to as driving the bus. So I'm going to keep doing that until it's level, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, just finished the top side here. Let's have a look. Everything's looking very nice. Both sides hit pretty evenly. And let's turn it around and do the back. So we're going to do pretty much follow the same process. I'm going to get the plane and plane down any areas that are sitting just a little tall. There's a tall popsicle stick there. A couple of them. Okay, so let's re-chalk it. Okay. So now we switch over to the 15-foot radius dish for the back. And here we go. Okay. Relatively even for the first few strokes there. So I'm just going to keep going for a while. I'll turn the camera off and finish this up and show it to you when it's done. Okay, we're ready to fit the top and the back, getting ready to glue this guitar together. So in preparation for doing that, I've got the sides here. And you can see over here on the end block, we already had a center line drawn on there. We're going to use that. And down here on the neck block, I have just drawn a line there and just brought it around just a little nick on the end. And I did the same thing on the top side where there's a line there and a little nick on the end showing where the center of the block is. And we're going to use those little marks to align our back. Now, in addition, here's the back, and I've just drawn a couple of little lines here marking the center of our center strip because we're going to use those to line up to the little marks that we've just made. So I'm going to fit the back first. And I'm just going to lay the back down on the bench. And remember, this back brace right here goes right at the waist. So I've got the waist lined up right there. And I'm going to bring the two little nick marks that we made on the center of our neck block and end block, and there they are. That all lines up just right. So this is exactly where we want the back to glue on. So now we're going to go make another set of marks. And so I will try to make this clear as we're doing it. So we want to make a mark right on the edge of the brace where the brace intersects with the kerf. We're going to do that all the way around, make that mark. Some of these are just off camera so you can't see them, but that's okay. And then I'm going to come down here to the end block and make just the same little mark right there. And up here at the neck block, we'll do the same thing. See if I can get more light on this. And just a little mark right there where that's going to intersect the neck block. Okay, an additional set of marks now has to be made on the kerf. So where that brace is going to intersect with the kerf, I want to make a couple of little marks there. Same thing over here and over here, all the way around. Just a little set of marks. Because we're going to go and cut some pockets into that kerf, 1/8 of an inch deep, so that these braces just go right into the pockets and tie right into that kerf. So there's the set of marks that I've got. I hope that they show up okay on camera. But for a moment here, I'm going to remove the sides, put them aside, and now we're just going to use a ruler. Now, since these spans of brace material here go out kind of long, and the kerf is only about 3/16 wide, so we're going to come here and we're going to make a mark, 3/16, and draw a line there parallel to our existing line on every single spot. All the way around. And notice how this one here is at an angle, That's because the body is, the sides are coming into that brace at an angle. You want to put your ruler perpendicular to that angle and mark 3/16 parallel to that line. Same thing down here. Your mark is perpendicular to the line, and then you'll just draw that line in. See if I can move these and show you the same thing on the other side here. So we're just going to mark our 3/16 line and draw a parallel line. Okay, so those lines are all drawn. So now I'm just going to use a little razor saw, and you've got to make sure you cut the right line. You want to cut on the outside line. So like right here, for example, I need to cut this brace off on the outside line. Don't cut the inside line. So let's just cut this off. All right, I'll grab a chisel and come back, and we can pop off that little piece of brace material there. And we need to get rid of all of that. So get rid of what you can with the chisel. We can even come in with the tip of the chisel like a scraper here and scrape that down. We want to get it all the way down. So that one's done. So I'm going to go do that with every single one of these. I don't need to have the camera on for the whole thing, but that's what I'm going to do, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, all of the braces are cut to length now, and I want to show you another little issue that we have to deal with. It's not so much of a problem, but since we had taken the very end of all the braces down to 1/8 of an inch, coming out here, I noticed that pretty much all of the braces are a little too tall now to fit into the kerf pocket that we're going to cut. So here's my little 1/8 of an inch spacer. And so now I need to just get my curved sole plane back out here and give each one of these a few strokes. That one's good now. This one's just ever so slightly tall. And it's, well, one more stroke maybe. Yeah, it's pretty good now. So I'm going to go the rest of the way around and get all of these down to size, and then we'll start working on cutting the pockets and the sides. Okay, so the braces are all ready to go. So let's get started getting ready with the body here. And so if you can see the little pencil marks that I've made in one of the previous videos, I'm going to be taking a straight edge and lining it up in the same direction the brace is going to be going with those marks, and just drawing a pencil line where those marks are on the kerf. And on both sides. And that's all there is to this particular step, is just drawing a mark where all of the lines are. Sometimes the marks will line up with the curving slots, but most of the time they won't. It's just coincidence when they do. Okay, so there are all of the lines showing where we have to cut material away. So I'm going to get my my cutting tool. You can use a Dremel for this, and I've used a Dremel very many times, but I've got a Fordham tool that I use, and so we're at the right place on my bench. I'm going to use the Fordham, and it's used just exactly the same way the Dremel would be. So I'm going to show these. I'm going to set up my Fordham tool, and then I'm going to show how all these are cut. So I'll be right back. Okay, so we're all set up. I'm going to show you on one of these pockets, and I've just got my little Fordham tool set up here. And I'm just going to be putting it right on top of the kerf. You can, by tilting it back and forth, you can feel just where the angle is correct, and you can keep it nice and steady. And so I'm going to turn it on and start. Oh, and I've got a relatively small bit in here. This is a StewMac bit. It is the 3/64 bit that I like to use. 1/32 is also possible, but it's just a little bit thin. By the time you're getting up to 1/16, it's feeling a little bit big for me. So I like this 3/64 bit. I also use it a lot in inlay work, so it works well for me. So anyway, we'll go ahead and do it. Okay, so there's one pocket done. I do not go all the way through the side. I like to stop right at the veneer. You could go through the veneer, that's no problem, but I don't go through the side. Some people do, I don't. So anyway, that's what we've got. That's 1/8 of an inch deep. I'm going to go do all of the rest of these, and then we'll see if we can fit the back, and we'll go from there. So I will be back in just a little while, and we'll take a look at it. Okay, so I've cut all of the pockets, and I'm fitting the back, and I've come across a very common little issue. It's not a big problem, but I want to show it to you. Almost all of them are fitting just perfectly, but there's one here that is just too tight on the brace to allow it to go into the pocket. And I don't know how well that's coming through. I can't magnify it or anything like that, but it's just too tight. So I noticed that on one side, it looks like it would fit. On the other side, it needs to be, the hole needs to be expanded just a little bit. So I'm going to make a mark over there and go and expand that hole just a little bit. Now looking at the ends, the end down here where the end block is fitting very nicely. The end down here at the neck block is not wanting to quite go down. So I have to go shave just a touch off of that center strip so that that'll fit down. Once I do those couple of things, I think we'll be in business. So I'm going to turn the camera off, take care of those two things, and see how it all fits together, and I'll see you in a minute. I thought the way to take off this center strip might be interesting, so I'm going to show you how I'm going to do that. I've got a nice wide chisel, and I've taken off my normal carpet that I have on my bench here because I want to have a hard surface. And I'm going to use the flat edge of this chisel to just come in and take off the tiniest little bit. That could be enough, but there. I want to make sure it's flat. Okay, that could very well do it. So I'm going to put the sides back on top and see how it looks. Yeah, it goes down everywhere now. It's looking very good. It's going down all the way up here, down all the way over here. All the pockets are in. And I think we're set at this point to go fit the top. So we're going to do that next, and I'll be right back. I've got the top here, and I've put a couple of little registration marks on it. One is back here near the neck block where the center of the guitar is. One is down here by the end block, just marking where the center of the guitar is. And now let's put the guitar body. Oh, one more thing I wanted to mention is the guitar outline that we drew onto the underside of the top here before we put on the braces. I've come up here and I've darkened the line right up here at the neck joint. And I'll show you why I did that in just a second, because that is the mark that tells us between the front and the back where we're going to put the body on. So let's get the sides here, and I've got it set down kind of approximately where I think it might go. And now I'm getting a flashlight because underneath here it's very dark, and I want to check where the edge of the sides will intersect that mark that I just made. And right now I've got the guitar pushed a little bit too far forward. So I want to move it back maybe 1/8 of an inch, maybe to about there. And let's check it again. Now that looks just about right. So that's important. You want to be sure that you don't have your guitar slid too far up or back, because the sound hole, you want the sound hole to be a certain distance from the end of the guitar. We've got a certain number of frets that are going to hit the sound hole at a particular point. We want to make sure all of that is correct and things don't get pushed out of kilter. So now I'm just making sure here that my registration marks are going to the right place. This is set just right. It's set just right back here now. Now it's just where we want it. And we're going to redo the same marks just like we did on the back. So for example, marking just where these braces intersect the curve. So we've got the X brace and the upper face brace here that are going to intersect the curve. So that's going to be 6 points where we'll get an intersection. And then we also have to mark the position on the curve where the intersection occurs. So right here to right here, because this brace comes in at a very steep angle. So we've got to be sure we've got that marked right. And same thing on this side. That brace comes in at a steep angle. There are upper face braces. Sometimes it's kind of hard to mark these with your hand in a very awkward position here, trying to make that mark in the right place. Okay, so I've got all 6 spots marked. And we're going to do exactly the same thing that we did before. We're going to come over here, we're going to measure 3/16 of an inch out from each one of our marks and cut those braces off. Then we're going to come back with our little 1/8 of an inch spacer and make sure that we're still 1/8 of an inch every place that we need to be. Get everything carved back. Then go cut the pockets in our sides. So I'm going to go and get that done, and we'll be back and fit the top. Okay, so I've got the braces finished up on the top. The little notches are all carved out at hard back and everything. What I wanted to show you quickly is I'm getting ready to notch out the kerf in order to hold the braces. And the X braces, I just want to be sure that you recognize that the X braces are they're not going across. They're straight across, so they're going at a different angle. And so when we cut the notches for the X braces, we have to cut them at a very different angle. And so we're going to be carving out notches that are very different than what we did before. So that brace is going to go in at this angle and this angle. And then the same thing over here. And then only the upper face brace goes straight across. So I'll go ahead and get the tool down and carve these out so you can see what they look like. And then you can get a better idea of just what's going on. So anyway, I'm going to carve these out and I'll be back and show you in a minute. Okay, so here we have the pockets all cut out of the top. You can see these the angles of the slots for the X braces. And let's turn this over and put the top underneath it and see how everything fits together. Okay, everything is down. It's looking very good. Everything looks just perfect. So we are ready to start gluing. Now the first thing that we're going to do is we're going to glue on the back. I always glue the back on first. I think most people do, because once you get the glue semi-dry, then you can go in and clean up all the glue squeeze out before you glue on the top and close up the box. So I'm going to do just a little bit of prep work here, bring out some cauls and things like that, and then we'll glue the back on. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I've got everything that we need here to glue on the back. Right now I just got the back sitting on the sides, and I've got a set of cauls here that I've been using for many years, and these will help us spread the clamping pressure around. So we'll put those on. We'll also have a clamp on each end here, clamping that down real nice and hard. So we are ready to glue. I've got a whole bunch of clamps here, probably more than I'll need. I brought over 25 clamps, and we'll just see how many we actually need here. But let's do it. I'm just going to start putting glue on, and then we'll come back and spread it. And as I said before, this is regular Titebond 1, original Titebond. Now as we come along here and we find one of our slots, I want to be sure I get a little bit of glue down into that slot for the end of the brace. Just putting a nice bead around here. And I don't know if I'm putting on too much or just what. I'm going to go spread it, and then we'll see. Okay. So let's spread this around. So some areas where I have a little too much, I'm bringing that over and spreading it up here on the neck block where I didn't put quite enough on there. But that looks pretty good. It's a nice, pretty even coat. And so let's do it. Now this back should click right into place. And so that's the idea. And if we don't get it to just click down, we'll keep playing with it till we do. I'm going to move the cauls out of the way and make sure it's down everywhere. It is. That's looking really good. Okay, so I'm going to put a couple of clamps on the very end, right on those two blocks. And let's put the cauls down. What I want to do is go around it really quickly and get a caul on each, or get a brace on each one of the cauls. At least one brace. Now, as you're putting on these clamps, you need to look where the bottom part of the clamp is hitting. You want to make sure that the middle of that clamp is in the middle of the side on the other side of the guitar. You don't want it to go too far in or it won't effectively clamp and it could tear out part of your kerf. So let's get one of these on here. Okay, so at least one brace is on each call. So let's go around and add more. Now you don't have to clamp these down really super hard. You just need to get them snug. And that's plenty good enough. You can look underneath the lip and see that we've got squeeze out. And everything is looking quite nice. Okay, so I'm going to get on 2 more on each side. Let's get this one over. Okay, we're done. That's looking very, very nice. There's a little span right here that's, I think I'm just going to stick a clamp in there just to be safe. I did get a little bit of squeeze out there. Okay, we're done. When you get the back on, that's always a nice Kodak moment. This is a milestone to get the box just about done. So I want to let this sit for about 40 to 45 minutes. And then we'll take off all the clamps, take a look inside, clean up the glue squeeze out, and glue on the top. So all that's going to happen here very shortly. So I'll be back in a little while and we'll take a look inside. Okay, we're back. Here is the back all glued on. I took all the clamps off, and I don't know how well you can see through here, but I've got a few little places where some squeeze out needs to be cleaned up. Back here at the neck block, that's a very common place. It's a big flat spot that glue squeezes out of nicely. And a couple little spots here around the curve, just a few places. But in general, it looks really terrific. So I'm going to go around here, clean up this glue squeeze out, and we'll be ready to glue on the top in just a few minutes, so I'll be back. Okay, so we're ready to glue on the top. Let's do it. This is pretty much the same process that we used before. In fact, it's exactly the same process that we used before. Got a little glue in the wrong place there. Just go right around that outside edge, down into all the little channels. Okay, good. Now let's spread it around. Okay. Clear up any drips before they happen if you can. Okay, we're ready to go. Both sides are not down yet, so we're not quite ready to go. There, that side just popped. Okay, good. We are down, okay. So, let's put the couple here. Now, when gluing on the top, you've got to be really careful that you don't put one of these clamps too far in on the back. You've got to keep those clamps right on the edge, because if you put it too far in, you can crack the back, and that would be bad. And again, we're going to just try to secure most of these cauls before we really come back and use them. Okay, so now we can go put on the rest. Okay, that's looking just great. We're done. That's the top ready to go. So in a while, maybe another 40 minutes or so, we can take the clamps off of this, and then I'm just going to let it sit overnight before I try to trim the edges or anything like that. So we'll be back and work on that first thing tomorrow. Okay, the gluing is all done. Let's take a look. I've taken all the clamps off. Everything is looking terrific. And now, before we take off the mold, we've got to take the go bars out of the guitar. Now the two long go bars that go all the way, they're too long to just pull out, so we're going to have to cut those. So let's just take care of that. There's one. And there's the other one. And now we can just pull out all the rest of these go bars. And down in the lower bout, we've got more. And that's all. So all that's left now is just the little sticks that we use to put them up against these sides. So now we can take the mold off. And there we have it. So, see if we can get all those sticks out. And now we're actually ready to tap on this guitar and just get an idea of what it sounds like. Just to set it down. That's a beautiful, beautiful sound. That nice, clear drum. If you have something that sounds like that, just like it's full of socks, then there's a problem. But this sounds beautiful, and we are ready to move on. So the next thing we're going to do is trim the overhang from the top and the back. And I'll have to set up to do that, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so I'm getting ready to trim the overhang here. I'm going to do the back first. So a couple of things. I've got a little downdraft table here. I replaced the surface of the table with just pegboard material. And since I'm going to have the top down, I just put a piece of cloth down to protect the top while I'm using this equipment. And you need to be aware of what direction you can take your router. Now I've got an old, just a very old Porter cable laminate trimmer. This thing is really loud, so I'll apologize for the noise up front. But you need to start at the peaks of the upper and lower bout and go around in that direction and that direction. There's a reason for this. The blade is spinning in a clockwise direction, so that means it's turning this way. As you're going down this hill here, the blade's turning in the perfect direction. It compresses the grain, and you won't have any kind of tear out. However, in this direction, it's still going in the blade's turning in the same direction, but it wants to try to open the grain. The only advantage you have is that if you're moving in this direction, it's only able to take a tiny little bite each time the blade turns around. If you were to try to go uphill like this, then the grain would almost positively split because you're going into that grain and able to catch a large piece. So don't ever go in that direction. You probably will split the grain. So always just start at the top of the hill and go downhill both ways. Top of the hill over here, I'll move the camera, and downhill both ways. That's the safe way to do it. And this is a step you just have to do and get through. So I'm gonna turn on my equipment here. It's gonna make a lot of noise, but I'll show you what's going on. I'll be right back. So that's the vacuum for the downdraft table. And here we go. Okay, there we go. There's half of the back done. I'm not going to leave the camera on while I do the rest. I'll finish the back, turn it over, and do the top in exactly the same way, and I'll be back when all that's done. One thing I forgot to mention is on this router, there is a flush trim bearing on my bit. So it will just, I run that flush trim bearing right along the side, and it cuts at a flush degree. So it's a good safe bearing to use to do this kind of a job, and there's a lot of them available. Okay, so that trimming is all done, and here's the guitar. Looks absolutely beautiful. I've got some feathers around the edge that we're going to take care of in our next step, but this looks terrific. Beautiful, beautiful Powell Ferro, and everything is looking very good. So I want to show you this little setup that I use here. I've got two bench vices that I space such that the upper bout of the guitar will go through, but the lower bout will not. And so I can get a couple of cloths and just put them in here to protect the guitar. And so I'm just going to put it in here like this. So the guitar is resting on the cloths and isn't going to get damaged. Then I can tighten this up a little bit. And you don't want to squeeze this too tight. You just get it a little bit snug. And that's good right there. So I'm going to use a sanding block. And right along here is a little ridge that we want to get rid of. Because the next thing that we're going to be doing is we're going to be cutting our binding and purfling slots. And so we're going to be using another bearing that rides along the side of the guitar. And any place where you've got a bump, that's going to translate into a bump in the cut. So we want everything to be very smooth all the way around the edges. And so that's what this stuff is all about. We want to just sand up. The whole side does not have to be sanded perfectly yet. We're going to do that after we put on all of our binding and purfling. But any kind of bumps that we have, we want to get rid of. So that's what I'm going to be doing now for a few minutes, is just doing a little light sanding, and then we're going to get ready to do the cutting for the binding and purfling. Okay, so I want to get back over to the whiteboard here for a couple of minutes. Before we cut our binding and purfling channels, I just want to talk about exactly what we're going to do. So if I look at that as being one corner of the guitar, we're going to cut a binding channel and a purfling channel. It's going to end up looking something like this. So the first channel that I like to cut is the purfling channel. So what we'll do is we've got to cut out this entire channel, which is going to be the equivalent of 3 binding widths. A typical binding width for this guitar is going to be about 60,000th, about a 1/16 of an inch. So we're going to put binding plus 2 pieces of black, white, black purfling on the inside. So that makes for 3 total widths of 60,000ths. So that means that this first cut here has to be a depth maybe just slightly less than the depth of the piece of purfling, plus .180, 3 60,000th pieces put together to make 180,000ths. So that's what we're going to go cut first. Once we've got that cut, then we're going to come back and cut the 60,000th piece. So we end up with a cut that looks like that. Okay, so just want to make sure you understand exactly what we're doing, and we're going to go get that set up right now. Okay, so I've got my binding cutter set up over here. This is a cutter from LMI. I've had it for several years. I'm sure all of these systems differ a little bit, so I'm not going to go through in detail how to set it up for the cut and all that. All that would be clear in any instructions that you buy. But what I'm going to do here, I've set it up for the purfling, so I'm cutting 180,000ths in and just under the thickness, the depth of the purfling. So I'm going to make a little test cut here, which would be right underneath the fingerboard. And I'll stop it, and then we'll just check the purfling and see how well it fits, and then we'll make our actual cut. So I'm going to give that a try real quick. Okay, so there's the cut. I've got 3 pieces of purfling here, and I can hold those up to the cut, and it's exactly the correct dimension. And the depth looks very good too. So we're going to go ahead and make our actual cut. So I'm going to turn on the vacuum, make a little noise, and we'll do it. So that's the first cut. I've got a few feathers here that I want to sand out and clean up before we make the next cut. But that was pretty simple, went very well. Everything looks quite good. Putting my purfling up there against it, it looks very, very good. And I'm going to clean this up and we'll make our next cut. Okay, so as we were cutting that binding cut, we had a little bit of a problem, and I'm going to show it to you here. See, as the bit came along here, it caught something and tore a piece up. This is certainly a disappointment, but it's not catastrophic. So I figured that this is an opportunity to show how something like this gets fixed because it just happens sometimes. Things happen. So I've got a syringe with some tight bond in it, and I'm just going to go and fill up this cavity here to the best of my ability with glue. And see if we can't get this to become a non-issue. So I'm going to get a little more glue in this side here. There we go. So I've got plenty of glue there that's squeezing out all over the place. So I'm going to stop the camera for a second, and I'm going to move this setup over to where I can clamp this down, and I'll show you how I do that. So I'll be right back. Okay, so I've brought the guitar body over to my binding station, and this is just a place where I can set my guitar bodies down, and I can wrap them with a nylon rope. I've got some flat rope here that I use for this all the time, and this is the best way that I can think of to strap this kind of thing down. So this is going to strap it extremely tight. This is just how we're going to do our binding when we do that, but now we're going to put that off for a day or so. So we've got this taken care of. Okay, so this is going to be very stable now for just as long as we need to leave it. And down here underneath, this whole thing's mounted on a pipe, and I can wrap some of my rope around that pipe and then clamp it down so I can keep pressure on everything. So we're done. This should clean up very nicely, and we'll take a look at it in probably tomorrow sometime. I want to leave this down for I don't know, at least 12 hours or more. So we'll look at it tomorrow and we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm going to start preparing the binding for this guitar, and in order to do that, I've got a piece of Macassar ebony here. Now this has some splits in it and so on, so it's not a good enough piece of wood to make a guitar with, but it's sanded to about 1/4 inch thick, and it's great for bindings. So I've taken 4 small cuts, and I've made 4 narrow pieces here of this board that I'm going to use for binding. And so I will show you the jig that I use to do that with. It's right over here. And here you can see the 4 pieces of Macassar ebony that I've cut out. And then I've got 4 pieces of white, black, white purfling that I'm going to use for the sides. So I'm going to glue this right under the binding. So this is just a couple of pieces that I've bolted together of high density polyurethane, or polyethylene, I guess, because glue doesn't stick to it as well. But unfortunately, glue sticks to it to some degree. So I've taken a piece of wax paper and just folded it. So I'm going to put it in here to try to keep most of the glue on the wax paper and not gluing to my glue-proof setup here. So I'm just going to lay a piece of the Macassar ebony binding right over the wax paper. And then I'm going to put a piece of the black, white, black in there. So I don't know how well that's coming off in the video, but I've got the 2 together right there. And I've got a bunch of little wedges that I have cut that I use for projects like this. So I'm going to take these wedges and just shove them in so that I effectively clamp the purfling to the edge of the binding. And then I'm going to go along that joint between the 2 with super glue and glue them together. So this is just a very, very simple little fixture that I use to glue up my bindings. And then what we'll do when we're done with this step and the 2 pieces are glued together, we'll just take it over to the sander and sand these pieces, which now are about the thickness of the purfling. See, the 2 of them together are just about the same thickness. So I'll thin this down to about between 60 and 65 thousandths. And we'll have a very nice set of bindings that we can use that have the purflings glued on. So anyway, this is the jig. So I'm just getting everything ready. And now I'm going to super glue this in. So I've got to go get my super glue. I'll be right back. Okay, so I'm back. I've got my super glue. I've pulled it into a little syringe. And by the way, the last thing that I want to do is just use a screwdriver to be sure everything is pushed down in this little fixture here. I don't want any of the purfling or binding riding up, which sometimes they will do. All right, so I don't know how well this is going to come through, but I'm just going to go put glue on that joint. And I like to use super glue for this. I know some people who use epoxy for this, and I'm sure that's all just fine too. You don't want to use something like Titebond because we are going to be bending this in the Fox bender, so it'll be getting quite a bit of heat. And with Titebond, I think it will all just come apart. so I can see the glue getting on there. It looks like it's getting on there pretty well. I'm just putting a bead right down as close to that joint as I can. Okay, there it is. So I will use some accelerator, try to speed this thing up, and I've got to do it 4 times, and I'll bring the bindings out and show them to you when we're done. I wanted to mention there are some alternatives to going and making your own binding like I'm doing here. I want to show people how this is done, and it's fairly simple. But you don't have to do that. You can go to LMI or StuMac and buy a really nice piece of, this is Indian rosewood with black, white, black binding. You can get koa, you can get walnut, you can get all kinds of different woods. And so that's an alternative. Also, this is a guitar that was made many years ago in one of my classes, and this is just plastic binding. So that's also a terrific alternative. There's an awful lot of very nice and expensive guitars out there that just use plastic binding. And this can be easier to do if it's an early guitar for you and you don't want to go to the trouble of doing the wood and having to bend it and all that kind of thing. So anyway, a couple of alternatives, but I want to show how this process is done. And so we'll be back in a few minutes to continue that. Okay, so we're done gluing the bindings together. You can see them here. They look pretty crummy. The wood is very rough still. There's glue all over the place. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to go put this in my thickness sander. These are probably about 100 thousandths thick right now. So we'll take them down to about between 60 and 65 thousandths, and then they'll be ready to use for our bindings. So I'll show them to you after they're sanded. Okay, so the binding cuts are all done. You can see I went back and glued that spot together that had split, and it's holding up very nicely and everything looks terrific. So it's almost like nothing happened at all. And so I'm going to go and do the purfling and binding cuts on the back side, and then we'll go from there. I'm going to go over to the whiteboard again real quick before we cut the binding and purfling slots in the back. And I've still got the drawing up there that shows the way we cut the top. So the back is going to be slightly different. And I think this is relatively common, but it doesn't have to be done this way. It's just the way I do it. I think the way a lot of people do it. But on the back, instead of having 2 pieces of purfling, we're going to have 1. So we're going to cut a 0.125 or 120, sorry, 120 thousandths, which is basically 60 thousandths times 2. So we're going to cut the slot for binding and binding plus 1 purfling. So that's going to be 120, and then that, just like before, is going to be 060. And so that's what the cuts on the back will look like. Got a little bit of reflection there, but hopefully that's clear enough. So the back is actually a little simpler. So I'm going to go make those cuts, and I'll be back in a few minutes. Okay, so here are the binding cuts, binding and purfling cuts of the guitar. It came out just fine. And so the next thing we would have to do is put on the binding, which I got out of the sander a little while ago. And so there is the binding. It looks really nice. It is about 65 thousandths thick, so that's just about perfect. So what we're going to go do now is get out the fox bender, and we're going to bend our bindings. So it'll take me a few minutes to set that up, but as soon as I do, I'll be back and we'll get the bindings bent. Okay, so I've got the bindings just getting ready to go into the bender, so let me show you what's going on. I've taped the bindings up here, and I've marked where the waist is, and I've got it just like bending the sides in some parchment paper and aluminum foil. And I'm just going to wet these down on both sides. And I'll make sure that that matches up with my waist mark, which it does. So that is pretty much ready to go. I'll put the heating blanket down on top of that. And the other piece of spring steel on top of that. So this is going to go directly into the bender, just the way it is here. Bend these into a basic OM shape, and we'll be ready to take it out probably in an hour or two, and then we can get ready to start putting bindings on the guitar. So I'll be back then. Okay, before we start putting the binding on the guitar, I've got it here at my little spray bench, and I've got an exhaust fan going back here. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to spray the surface here with a little bit of shellac. And this is just cheap shellac. I bought this at Rockler. This is not what we're going to end up leaving on the guitar, but I just want to get a coat, especially around the outer edge, where we're going to be gluing. Because I don't want, well, I guess what I should say is, as we're putting glue on these bindings, we're going to get glue squeeze out on the top of our guitar. And I don't want that glue to be soaking into the top. So this way the glue will all stay on top of the shellac and we can sand it off much more easily. I'm going to do the same thing on the sides, just spray just a little bit up the sides so we have the same protection over there. So I've got to move some of this stuff out of the way, and we'll just spray a little bit on the sides as well. And so I'll finish that up. I can have that all on camera. You can see I've got a little bit of shellac there. So anyway, I'm going to spray a little bit more on the back side here, turn it over to the other side of the guitar. So I've just got a thin coat of shellac all over everything, so any glue squeeze out will be really easy to clean up later. So this is not a critical step, but it's one that'll help you out. So I recommend that you do it. Anyway, I will see you later and we'll get ready to start doing the binding. Okay, so the next thing that we want to do, we're getting ready to do our bindings, and I want to try to make the purflings match up as well as I can on the top of the guitar. So I'm going to set the camera down here where you can see my little cutting board, and I've got the two pieces of purfling, and I've already mitered this edge over here, but I'm going to come in here with a chisel and miter this edge. And you need to take just the tiniest little amount off. And you want to try to hold the chisel as vertical as you can. And then just cut a tiny amount off. And let's get that off of the bottom there. And let's bring these two together and see how they fit together. That's pretty good. Let me see if it's better if this is turned over. No, it's about the same. So I think that those two go together really, really well now. And hopefully you can see that on the camera. So these two pieces of purfling are ready to go. So I want to mark them, which direction is up, and then we'll do the binding in just a minute. Okay, so I'm going to mark these bindings. So I've got my first one here that's going to go on this side, and I'm just going to set it firmly into the waist and bring it around. And down here at the end, I've got a sharp white pencil, and I'm just going to make a mark right there. It doesn't have to be perfectly accurate. You just have to make a mark that's just about where the end of the guitar is. Now I'm going to come and do the other side, bring it around, and make the same mark on this side. So now if you look at my two pieces of binding, you can see I've got little marks on them where they're going to meet up in the middle. So now I'm going to go nip these off and then sharpen them up on the disc sander, and let's go over and do that. Okay, so we're over at the disc sander, and I've got the two pieces of binding right here, and you can see the little marks that I've got on them. So I'm just going to take a nipper and nip this off, leaving a little bit of room. And now, let me adjust the camera. I'm going to, I want to prop this up just a little bit. So now I'm going to put these two together into the sander. And the reason I want to put them together is even if my angle is slightly off, they'll come together at a perfect angle. So I'm going to line up those two white lines, turn on the sander. And that's just about right. So I've got a few little feathers on the end here that I'll get a piece of sandpaper and just kiss those off real quick. And then I'll see you back over at the guitar body. I don't know how obvious this is going to be on the camera, but you can see these two pieces line up just perfectly. And so that's what we want. So I'm going to put one of them aside and get ready to start putting on the other piece. I've got to go get the purfling as well. And I'll be back in a few minutes to do one side. Okay, so we're ready to start putting some binding and purfling on this guitar. So I do it 1/4 at a time. I'll do half the top, then the other half the top, turn it over and do half the back, then the other half of the back. So I've got the binding and the purfling kind of set in the channel, taped down in a couple of spots to kind of hold it stable. And so what I'm going to do is I've got this flat nylon rope, or I assume it's nylon, it's something like that anyway. And I'm going to be strapping this down as it goes around. So I've put some glue in a little glue syringe. These are available online. You can get them at LMI, a lot of different places. So I've just put a bunch of Tite Bond in there. And I'm going to start putting glue on from the tape over here to the end. Now I don't want to put glue at the very end. I want the end of my purflings to tie directly to the end of the purfling when we put the other half on. So I want that dry. So I'm going to put a little bit of glue on both sides of the binding. Things are kind of trying to fall apart here. So I need to get them back together. Okay, so we had a minor little malfunction there for a second, but I've got things put back together. And I've got glue between both the pieces of purfling and the binding. And so it is attached. And just to hold it down, I'm just going to use a little piece of tape right here. And now I'm going to start using the strapping. Okay. And that's just pulled nice and tight. And so I'm just going to be going around, making sure this is strapped down all the way. And then at this point, it's time for me to put on some more glue. So I'm going to hold the strapping down with my foot, just hold it in place so nothing's going anywhere. Take off my tape and go back around a little farther with the glue. So put one piece of purfling around and then put some glue in between the two. And put the next piece of purfling on, and then put glue down in the binding channel all the way up to the purfling. Be sure everything's covered with glue. And put that around, and now I'm going to put another piece of tape down just to be sure everything is held down while I'm using both my hands to do the strapping. Sorry, I kicked the camera stand there. There we go. And this is really a good way to do it. Now, if you're just doing plastic binding that bends real easily, then you can just use tape for everything. But I've always used this strapping. I think that this is material that's used to hold tents down, and it was bought originally from REI, so they might have the same kind of thing. But it's just a real handy way to go. Now, I don't want to go all the way to the waist this time, so I'm going to stop a couple inches short of the waist. Put the purfling around there. And the next piece of purfling, and then do the channel. Now, I did not have to pre-bend this purfling. The black, white, black is pretty flexible and it bends pretty easily. However, if we were using white, black, white, it would probably be different. Because the black, white, black is two pieces of fiber. It's like cardboard, and then one piece of maple in the middle. The white, black, white is two pieces of maple, and that's much more likely to crack unless you've got it pre-bent. So we're going to put the white, black, white on the back, but not here on the top. So that makes this a little easier to put on. We can just kind of force it into position. But on the back side, using the white, black, white, we can't do that. And I'm sure you can't really tell, but our slots are just perfect. The edges are lining up just right, just how you want it. And couldn't ask for much more for that. All right, so that's as far as I can go right there. Now we're going to go around the waist. And you want to be real careful going around the waist because that's where your binding and your purfling are kind of fighting you a little bit. You've got to force everything into that curve and then make sure it's strapped down extra well, because you don't want to get a gap anywhere in that waist. So I'm just trying to make sure I've got plenty of glue there, that I've got everything held together. And that's looking good. So now I'm going to put another piece of tape over here just to try to hold things in place as I'm strapping down this waist. So you really want to strap this waist down hard. I'll do 2 or 3 wraps right around that spot there to be sure that everything is really tight. Okay, so we get to there. And it's time to put on some more glue. So I'm going to tie this rope off for a second while I run and grab a nipper, and I'll be right back. Okay, so I've moved the camera and I'm coming down to the end here, and I'm putting glue in the channel and then a piece of purfling and another bead of glue. And the other piece of purfling, and then glue all down in the channel here to get the binding. Make sure everything is in there. Now you notice that this does not go all the way to the center seam. We're going to have a dovetail there, and so the neck is going to be there, so we don't have to make it go all the way to the center seam. It's just got to go mostly there. So now let's continue to get this strapping finished up. I do like the way this binding is looking though. It looks really good. I like Macassar ebony a lot for doing this. And now it's natural for your rope to want to curl up. It's just the way it is. Okay, that's pretty much all the way. So now I'm going to show you down here. Here's this pipe that everything's held up with. So I'm going to use that now to wrap this rope around. Just be sure it's nice and tight because I've got it really tight everywhere. I don't want it to suddenly loosen up on me. And then I've got a cam clamp here. And I'm just going to clamp the strap to the pipe and it's all done. So there's 1/4 of the guitar. Binding is on. It looks really good. Everything's pushed down nicely into the slot. Looks great. So in a little while, I like to let this sit half hour, 45 minutes before I come do the next piece. And so we're going to give it a little time and we'll be back. Okay, I'm getting ready to do the binding on the back of the guitar. I've got it sitting right here in front of me. And I'm using white, black, white purfling. And as I mentioned in a prior video, I want to pre-bend this, at least in the waist. You can see that it will bend around the lower bout just fine. And it'll even bend around the upper bout just fine, but I don't want to try to force it into the waist without having bent it a little bit. So what I've done is I've taken these 2 pieces of purfling and I mitered the ends so that they match up very, very nicely. Even if one is upside down, it still mates up beautifully together. So what I'm going to do is place that on the guitar in this channel and just see where it is that I have to put a little bend to get it into the waist, and it's right about there. So I'm going to go over to my bending pipe and let's see if we can see that. There it is. So I'm going to remark where this is. And I've just got the pipe heated up. And it doesn't even need much in the way of water or anything. I just put it gently on the pipe and it will start to bend right away. And that's probably about all that I really need. So let me come back over here and check this and make sure it's in the right spot. And that looks quite good right there. So now I just need to go get that glued in. You can see how it will go around that upper bout with no problem. So we're ready. I can go do this side with relative ease. And so I'm going to do the same thing with the other piece of purfling and then go and put the purfling and binding on the back. The only thing that's unique about doing the back of the guitar is up here around the neck joint. So I'm going to get everything bent and everything put onto the guitar and glued down, except for maybe 3 inches on each side of this back seam here. So I'm going to have all the bindings and purflings kind of overlapping a bit, and I'll show you how to miter that and get that looking really nice. So I'll be back when that's done after this is mostly glued on, and then we'll finish the back up. So I'll see you in a while. Okay, so we've got all of the binding put on the back of the guitar now, and I've left about 2 or 3 inches unglued back here, and the bindings and purflings all overlap. And so what I want to do is I'm going to do the bindings and the purflings separately. They're not going to be done all at once. And I'm just taking a pencil here and making a mark on each one of the purflings where the center is. And then I'm going to take a nipper and I'm going to nip those off fairly close to that point, so I don't have to be trimming a lot of material. So there we are. There's those two purflings. Now what I've done is I've got a little piece of scrap material here. This can be virtually anything. This is just a piece of ebony that I had laying around. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of bend over a piece of the purfling over on top of that scrap wood and use my chisel and just miter that end. And I'm getting it close to my pencil line. And I'm going to come over and do the same thing with the other side and just miter that line, get it nice and straight up and down as I can get it. And your chisel has to be very sharp for this. And they're not ready to go together. So I'm going to take a little bit more off of this side. Because you can only take a tiny amount, just a shaving, or else the wood wants to get caught in the chisel, and it just does not want to go down. So I've got to take off a little bit more. This is a step that you do have to be a little bit patient with, and just take off a little bit at a time. And once you've gone too far, you can't go back. So I'm very, very close here. I can actually get it together, but there's a little lump that wants to follow around. So that means I've got to pick one side and take just a little bit more off of that. I have probably under a 64th of an inch that I have to remove to get this done. And it's really easy to just take a little too much. And there it is. It looks like I've got it. It looks like the purfling is now together. So now let's get the binding. And so I'm going to do exactly the same thing. I'll make a little mark on this piece of binding here. And then I'm going to pull that out and nip it back very close to that line. Because I'm not going to be using the chisel on the binding. Using a chisel vertically in a position like this is going to be very difficult to do and very difficult to get just right. And bending the binding up to here just isn't going to happen. So I'm going to do the binding in a very different way. But that means I've got to nip it off as close as possible. And now I think this first side here, to reverse the order of those again. I'm going to nip this one just a little bit closer. Okay, now the next step is going to be to get a sanding block. And here I've got a sanding block, and what I want to do, I actually need to tape tape the purflings down so they don't kind of spring into my way here. So I'm going to do that. I'm not going to try to glue them yet, but I'm just going to tape them out of my way. There. And now, the best way to get that binding down is just take that piece of binding along with your sanding block and just sand that edge. You want to keep that piece of binding as vertical as you can get it and just start sanding. And I can see sandpaper, or see sawdust coming off of this thing. And I've got a little ways to go. And I don't know how long this is going to take. So what I'm going to do is turn the camera off and I'm going to sand this for a little while. And when it's ready, I'll come back and show it to you and we'll go from there. Okay, so I'm bringing this back. I'm almost done. It's not quite fitting, but it's very, very close. So I'm just going to take a few final strokes here, at least what I'm hoping are final strokes, and get this piece of binding placed in and get everything fitting. So it looks like that's got it. It's pretty tight, but it looks like it's there. So I'll see if I can get the camera a little bit closer so you can see what's going on here. So there's the joint, and this piece does go in, and so it's got to be strapped down and glued in place, but it looks like it's all ready to go. So I'm just going to put some of this glue right into the channel. I'll go all the way across here and stick the purfling in and put glue on the other side to get the binding. Get that piece of purfling in there. Glue that up. So this is ready to push in. So I'm going to get some squeeze out and make a bit of a mess here, but that's perfectly okay. Okay, so okay. There we have it. So I'm going to tie this off. And clamp our strapping. So there it is. It's done. So the binding is done. After this is dry, I'll be back and we'll start scraping the bindings back. So we've almost got a body ready to go here. I'm getting close. Okay, the next step that we're going to do, we've got the body pretty much done, basically. The bindings are all on. It's looking really, really good. everything. I can't think of anything here that's got a real problem, and it's doing great. So the next thing we've got to do is we've got to sand and scrape back our bindings. And there's a few ways that you can go about this, but we're going to break it up into two pieces. First, we've got to do the sides and get the bindings all nice and flush along the sides. Then we've got to do separately the top and the back. So I'm going to start with the sides. I've got my guitar body all put into my little fixture here that I think I showed earlier. It's just 2 bench vices that are spaced such that I can put the guitar body in and it can't fall through. So I've just got everything padded with some cloths, and it's in there nice and snug. So there's 3 tools I'm going to use to get the sides flat and flat with the bindings. One is just a scraper. So let me pull things a little bit closer here so you can see this. But with a scraper, you just need to be sure you're staying flat with the sides. You don't want to tilt it one way or the other. You don't want to thin your binding down. That would be a disaster. So if we use the scraper, we're going to use it nice and flat along these sides here. You can push your thumbs down right where the bindings are, right where the purflings are, but don't let the scraper curve. Keep it flat. And that's the whole idea behind using this kind of a tool. And you can really get a great job done this way. And pretty fast too. So this is a nice sharp scraper, and this is working just great. The other tool that works really well for getting your bindings nice and flat on the sides is just a sanding board. So this is just a board that you'll see again when we start carving the neck, but it's just a nice flat board with 150 grit sandpaper on it. And I like this sandpaper. It's not extremely aggressive, but it seems to be really sharp. So it sands really, really well. And again, I'm just keeping it flat on that side. That's the most important thing we can do, is just keep it flat. Everywhere we go, I'm just going to keep this nice and flat on the sides. It's going to generate plenty of dust when we do that, but that's okay. Now the third method is something that's got a little bit more power. And this is a tool, you can get something like this from several different places. This one's from Elevate, and it works really nicely. The problem with these things is you can really sand a lot very fast, and you can make a mistake really quickly that is very, very damaging. So if you do something like this, take your time, go slow. Put the sander against the guitar. Don't start it running and then put it against the guitar. Hold it against the guitar and then start it. Nice and slow. Take your time. And these things can really work. But if you get in a hurry with one of these, they can screw up your guitar really fast. So no matter what method you're using, take your time. Patience is the thing that's going to pay off when you're sanding the sides flat on your guitar. And just be sure that you just go nice and easy, and that's all there is to it. So I'm going to turn off the camera, and I'm going to just sand these sides flat for a while, and I'll turn things back on in just a little bit. So I'll see you later. Okay, the sides are pretty much done. Let's take a quick look at what we've got. I've put the guitar body back into the little holder that we used to hold it for cutting the binding and purfling slots, and that's a really good holder. And I've clamped it to my bench here, so it holds things very, very well, and I use it a lot for this kind of thing. So now we need to trim down the binding on the top. We'll need to do the back as well, but the top is a little harder, so we'll focus on it. I'm just going to focus on a scraper for right now. You can pull a scraper pretty much in the direction of the binding. The problem is in this area here, and the same thing for the very end of the guitar around the head block and the other end of the guitar around the end block, you're working with end grain here, and that's not a good thing. It's really hard, especially with spruce, when you're trying to pull this scraper and you scrape that grain going in the opposite direction, going in the parallel direction or the perpendicular direction from where you're working, you're going to tear up grain there. So you've got to be really careful. If this area is sitting up kind of tall, that's fine. Hold the scraper up off the guitar just a little bit with your fingers down here, and you can scrape that until it gets really close. And once it gets close, you don't want to touch the top going in that direction because you're very likely to tear out some grain. So I'll get it pretty close. You can go in either direction. And once it's close enough to where you can tell you're just about to hit it, I switch and I go in this direction. So I'll hold the scraper at about a 45-degree angle to the grain and just pull it parallel to the grain. And that will tend to just shear off the fibers on the bindings and the purfling. And then it won't tear up your grain on the top of your guitar, because you're pulling your scraper parallel to it, not perpendicular to it. So this is a little hard to do at first. Holding a scraper like this for a long time can make your thumbs kind of cramp up. So if you need to take it easy, then stop for a few minutes. And now something I don't recommend with all the time with plastic binding, you can actually push this away too. This is a good wood-to-wood glue joint here, and you're not very likely to cause your bindings to pop off. But you don't want to pull in this direction. You just want to push. Preferably, you want to pull. Because sometimes you can tear off some grains going in the pushing direction. So I'll just go this way. And we're getting very close now. That section's looking pretty good. So the final thing for this is, again, you can use a sanding block. Now this sanding block has gotten kind of dirty from using it on the sides. I don't want to use it here without changing the sandpaper, so I'll do that before I go and sand that. But anyway, that's how you're going to use your scraper. Now, most of the rest of the time, I can either pull the scraper directly into the grain, or I can go in the same direction as the binding. Whatever works. And when you've gotten away from this end grain area up here, it gets a lot easier to use the scraper and get the job done. And again, just like with the sides, you do not want to taper this thing. You want to keep it parallel to the top and hold that edge up. You might not be able to see it here, but I have filed off the corners of the scraper, so I'm less likely to tear something up. But I still hold that edge off with just a little bit of skin under my finger. And I don't want to be dragging the scraper around across the top of the guitar. So I'm just going to continue to do this until it's done. And the back is easier for a couple of reasons. One is I've only got one layer of purfling around the back instead of two like we have on the top. The purfling's kind of tough. It's harder to scrape. The other thing, with the back being a hardwood, it's okay to go parallel or perpendicular to the grain without tearing it up. So the back is usually a lot easier to do. So that's why I try to explain this on the top. So anyway, I've got some work to do here. I don't need to leave the camera on for this whole job, but I'm going to finish this top up and finish the back up, and then we'll come back and take a look at what it looks like here. So the next thing that we're going to do, now that we've got the bindings and all scraped, is we're going to put on the end graft. Now the end graft is something that sometimes I'll put on the guitar as I'm doing the bindings, but I've decided to do this one a little different. So I'm going to show you 3 end grafts, and we'll kind of I'll kind of pull out a notebook paper and do a couple of sketches. But here's an example, a few examples of what we might be looking at for a nice end graft. Okay, so here we are. Here's 3 different end grafts. There's that one, which I really like. I'm kind of leaning heavily towards that one. And this one's a little more complicated. I duplicated the pattern on the rosette in the end graft. And here's a steel string, and I just did something, you know, similar, but again, a little bit different. And so we're going to kind of choose something. I have a feeling I'm going to want to go mostly towards this one, something very simple, and we'll do the inlay, and we'll get started on something like that in just a minute. So I'll be right back, and we'll start planning it out. Okay, so I've got the body of the guitar sitting here, just like this, in my little vise setup on my bench. So that's in there nice and snug. So I'm going to do all the work right here. And I've found the leftover pieces of wood from the back. And so here's my headstock template right here. This area here is going to be used for the headstock. So I'm not going to touch anything up there. But down here, some kind of thin areas, really nice striping right here. I'm going to use one of these sections and make that my long, thin inlay. And then way up here, off to the side, you can see I've got kind of a nice, interesting little knot right there. I think I'm going to use that for that little side piece for the second inlay, the smaller one. And so we're going to put this together. So the first thing we've got to do is measure how long we need this thing to be. The width isn't so important, but the length is very important. So just getting a regular ruler here, I want it to go about halfway through the binding on the top and about halfway through the binding on the bottom. So if we just measure that, we'll see that that comes to about 4 inches plus a 1/16. So about 4 1/16 inches. Now the purfling that's going to be going all the way around our piece is a 1/16 of an inch all the way around. So that's going to add an 1/8 to the total length. So I need to subtract an 1/8 of an inch from that 4 1/16, and that would come to 3 15/16. So I'm going to come over here on these pieces, and I'm just going to pick this one here. And from the bottom, which is a nice well-cut line, so I can use that. So I'm going to measure 3 15/16, right about there. And for a width, I think on the instrument that I showed you a little while ago, the width was almost exactly the width of this ruler. So that's like 3/4 of an inch. I'm going to make it a little bit less. I'm going to make it a 1/2 inch. And I want to get this piece of this dark stripe here. So I'm just going to measure around that dark stripe and mark it from there to there. And so I'm going to go cut this out. So here's what it's going to look like. That line is about 3/16 in, so I'm going to make a mark there. And then a 1/2 inch from there. And that works pretty well. So we're just going to go draw this off. And here is the height. So I'm going to go and I'm going to bandsaw this out. I'm going to give it a little bit of extra space just to be sure I've got it big enough. And I'll be back in a minute. Okay, so here we are. I'm over at my disc sander, and here's this piece. And you can see I cut outside the white lines on both sides, or on all 3 sides. And I'm just going to sand this back to right about that line, and we'll take a look at it. Okay, so that doesn't look too bad. I'm going to grab my ruler and measure it and see if I've got to take a little more off. Oh, I see I've got to do the top there. Let's do that. There we go. So let me measure this up and I'll be right back. Okay, so we're going to get started trying to put this purfling. This is white, black, white purfling all the way around this really very pretty piece of Pau Ferro. And I guess first you need to decide which side you want up. They both look pretty close, but I'll just pick that side. And what I'm going to do is I'm just going to put one side of this purfling right up against my piece, and I'm going to just start cutting. Now I'm hoping that you can see what I'm talking about here with the camera, but if you see the reflection of the purfling on the back of the chisel, that tells you what angle you want to cut at. And you want to be absolutely sure that you're just cutting off the tiniest little pieces here. If you try to take too big of a chunk, you'll tear out a bunch of material that you don't want to tear out. So I'm trying to take just tiny, way under a 32nd of an inch bites. And my chisel's nice and sharp. And you can see that actually looks pretty good right there. So I'm going to get a pencil, and I'm just going to mark over here pretty close to where I think my other side's going to be. I'm just going to cut that piece off. I'm going to leave a little bit of extra space and cut that off, and we're going to come back to that. So now I want to cut this long piece here. And I'm going to turn it so hopefully you can see the reflection. And so I hope you can see that. And I'm trying to make the piece reflect in that direction. So I'll try to turn my chisel so hopefully you can see it. And so now I want to put these two pieces together and see what they look like. Okay, well that is close, but well, let's see. Actually, that's real close. That looks pretty good. I don't know if you can see it there in the camera, but that looks pretty decent. So I'm going to make a mark on the other end of this long piece, pretty close to where my cut's going to need to be, and I'm just going to cut that off a little too long. And we're just going to come and try to put this together piece by piece by piece. So we've got this first joint looking pretty decent. And so now I'm going to turn this a little bit. And try to get the other end of this top piece. And we're just doing exactly the same thing. Now that's a little bit too long. I don't want to just nibble all that off with my chisel. I'm going to cut that a little bit closer so I don't have to nibble quite as far. So I just kind of use my spare finger there to stabilize everything while I make my cut. And this is one of those times when you really need to have an extremely sharp chisel. If it's not sharp, it doesn't matter much how big a piece you cut off. The chisel will mangle it. So you can see I've got a little ways to go there. That's getting pretty close right there. Here, I'm going to take this piece. Cut that again. Okay. looks good. So now I've got to cut a length off of this long piece here and form another long leg here. So I'm just going to cut a piece that's a little too long so I don't have to worry about working on this really long gangly piece. And I'm going to come and cut off this corner. Now, one thing, I just made a mistake there because I didn't have the chisel perfectly vertical. You've got to keep that chisel as close to vertical as you can. So I made that last cut and I got an undercut. That looks better. So let's put this back on here. And this is really awkward to work with. So I apologize for that, but this is how it really is. Okay, those three pieces look really good. So I hope that comes through on the camera okay, but this whole end of the piece looks great. And what I think I'm going to do is I'm going to turn the camera off for just a second. I'm going to get a piece of wax paper to put underneath this. And since this part of it looks so good, I'm going to glue that down. And then that'll be in position and we'll go deal with the other part next. So I'll be right back with some wax paper. Okay, so I've got wax paper under my piece here. And I'm trying to just get it set back in position so it's ready to glue. And that's pretty good right there. And I've got a little pipette full of super glue here. And I'm just going to go give that a nice drop right there on that corner. And another nice drop right there on that corner. And just hold them for a second. There, that seems pretty stable. I'll be right back with some accelerator. Okay, now one thing that you want to be sure to do is have your glue pipette out of the way when you spray your accelerator, or else you'll just glue the pipette shut, which most of the time is what you don't want to do. Okay, so that one side is looking pretty good. So the reason I like to do it that way is I now have these two long lengths. I can easily bend one out of the way to start nibbling back until I get it just right, bend the other one out of the way, and get that middle piece put in. And things are kind of held in place now that part of it has glue on it. So let's do that. I'm going to start nibbling back on this one here. And I hope that that angle is showing up. My knuckles might be in the way. But hopefully you can see that angle reflecting out of the, reflecting on the back of the chisel. And then just take the chisel down. And just slowly nibble that in. You should be able to get your angle pretty accurate this way. And that's still a little bit too long. So I'm taking off pieces that are just a few thousandths wide. A few thousandths thick. That's still a little bit too long. That's pretty close there now. So I'm going to work on this other side for a few minutes. In fact, before I do that, I'm going to nip this down just a bit so I don't have to nibble it quite as far. And so I'm hoping that you're able to see the reflection. That's still a little too long. A little bit long still. I think that's still just a tad long. That's going to be awfully close right there. All right, so I'm going to cut a smaller piece now. Okay, so I'm going to start nibbling on this one. I'll try to turn it where you can see the reflection. Oops, I want it to go the other way. Let's see if I've got this like this. Yeah, I've got to do it this way. I'll try to turn that a little bit more. Okay, my cut wasn't vertical, so I cut it at a bit of an angle. Okay, that's better. Let's see how that fits on one side. That looks pretty good. So now I'm going to make a mark about where this next cut's going to be. And I'm going to nip this off. So I'm going to nibble a few times before I even bring it over and test it out. Okay, let's see how far off I am right now. Okay, so you can see I'm a little bit too long there, but both corners look good. So I've just got to start nibbling. So when you get to this point, you've got to nibble and fit, and nibble and fit, and try not to take off too much. All right, I think I'm still long, but I want to check it again. Yep, it's still a little bit long. So this can be frustrating. All right, a little more. Sorry, I'm sure some of this is difficult to see on the camera. Okay, and you can see I'm still ever so slightly long, but it's really close now. Really close. All right, let's check it. Okay, maybe one more nibble just like that last one. That was a pretty tiny little nibble there. No, I think I'm still tiniest bit long. And if I'm off by just the tiniest bit, I'll be too short. All right, let's check it out. Nope, it's still ever so slightly long. Okay, hopefully that did it. That's looking pretty good right there. I think we've got it. So let's get everything back on the wax paper. Come on. And this wants to move around. It's the way it is. It always happens like this. So I'm going to get that one corner there, and then I'm going to come over and get the other one separately. Okay, that's it. No, we're not quite done. We're close. But I haven't put glue all the way up and down the sides. So these sides are not well laminated yet. Let's do that and get it all the way along there. Okay, we've got it. We've got a little glob of super glue sticking up there. That's okay. There we have it. One of those pieces is now done. So I'm going to get the other one fixed up as well before I start gluing them in. But this is how it's done. It just takes a little while, and it takes a little while to kind of learn how to do it. So fortunately, you can wait until the piece is perfect before you glue it in. So go try it. This is a great way to do an end graft or any kind of a little wood inlay. And so I hope you'll experiment with this, and it's kind of fun to do, and they look great. So anyway, I'll see you in a little while. Okay, so I've got those two pieces done, and here they are. I think they're going to look just great. What I've done is on this one, I have just set it basically where it's going to go, tried to get it centered as well as I could, and drawn a line around it. This one's going to go right about here, and I'll deal with that one right after the first one is in, and we'll figure out exactly where it's going to go and all that. So the next thing I'm going to do is I've just got, you can use a Dremel tool for this. I've got a Fordham here, and I have set the depth so that it's just not quite, it's a little bit shy of the full depth of the piece. So I've got just a little bit sticking up. And I'm going to use this to just route everything out all the way and then drop the piece in. So I'm sure you don't need to watch that whole process. So I will get that going. I mean, I'll try to show you just a little bit of the process on the way, but I'll get it going, and we'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, so this is going to take a while to finish up, but I'll just get started. So that's just a start. I may swap this bit out and use a little bit bigger bit since I'm just hogging out material. And so I might just swap it out for something a little bit bigger so it doesn't take quite so long. But anyway, that's the process. I'll be back when this is ready to see if the piece fits. Okay, so I've been working on this end graft, and I went ahead and just dropped in the piece after I finished carving out the hole for it, and I super glued it up. So it's sticking up just a little bit proud, and it's time to just either use a scraper or you can use a sanding block as well. But I'll use a scraper for a little while because it'll take it back down a little bit faster. And I like to do the same thing that I did on the top binding. I like to pull my scraper. I turn it at about a 45-degree angle and pull it in the same direction as the grain on the side. That really tends to slice it off very nicely. And you can either pull or push, and it works very well both directions. And so you don't need to watch this whole step, but I'm going to keep going until it's pretty close, and then I'll do a little bit of sanding as well. And once it's pretty flush, then I'll be ready to inlay this other piece that I've done. So I'll be back when it's time to do that, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, so I'm ready to inlay this other piece now. And this isn't quite perfect yet, but I've got it down to where it feels pretty flat, and I'm going to have to be sanding it all out perfectly flat after this one's done. So it's close enough for now. So what I've done is, I don't know if you can see it, but I've drawn a center line right down the middle of this piece here, and I'm just going to line that up with the black line of the white, black, white purfling. So I've just got it nice and straight. It's going to be half in and half out. You don't have to do it that way. You could make it way off to one side or whatever. You could do it perpendicular. I've done that too. But I've just decided to put this one in this way. And there's about where I'm going to put it, I believe. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to be taking an X-Acto knife, and I'm going to use the back of the blade, not the front. When you're trying to cut with the front, it can easily start to cut your piece and move up onto the piece. Cutting with the front of the blade, sometimes it has a mind of its own and it can wander out. So I'm just going to use the back of the blade, use it as a scribe, and just scribe all the way around it. And I want to scribe multiple times so that my line is deep enough to see, especially after it's filled with sawdust, while I'm cutting this hole. So there's no major magic to this, but it can be a little bit intense sometimes, just being sure that you don't move the piece. That's the biggest rule. So I hope that this is coming through okay. I know my fingers get in the way sometimes. Now over on this other side. One other thing that you could possibly do is put a piece of double stick tape on the back of this piece to help hold it in place. But right now I'm just trying to hold it still. And there we go. So I've got a pretty good line all the way around it. And so now I'm just going to start cutting with I'm going to be using my Fordham tool. You can also use a Dremel. Either one is just fine. And you can see here that I'm cutting almost all the way through. I'm going to leave it sticking up just a little bit. And we'll start. So I'm going to be doing exactly the same thing I did before. This time I will start and show you when I'm placing the piece in, but I'm just going to cut this out, and we're going to go from there, and I'll see you in a few minutes. Okay, so the hole is basically cut. Here's the piece, and as you can see, it's not quite wanting to fit. It's really close. I can get it on this side, or I can get it in on this side, but either way, there's just a little section on one side or the other that doesn't want to fit. This is how it always happens. So this is nothing unusual. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to look at the two sides and see which one seems to be fitting better. And I think this one's fitting really, really well. And I've got just a slight area. Down here, it's clear, but up here it's hitting just a little bit. So I'm going to take my Fordham tool here, and I'm going to just kiss this section back just a little bit and see if I can get it to fit. Okay, let's see if that does it. I think it's going, it's in. Okay, that was it. That's all it took, was just a little bit of convincing that it had to go on in. So that's it. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to get some super glue and put it all around the edge. And I've got to go find a new pipette for my super glue, so I'll do that. I'll be right back and we'll glue this in. Okay, here we go. I've got this pipette here. And I'm just going to go all around that outside edge. Okay. And this is a very old, very used pipette that I've continued to cut the tip back because it's gotten clogged up with glue. And so it's truly on its last legs here. But there it is. There we have it. So I'm going to let that sit for a few minutes. I'm not going to accelerate it just yet. I want that glue to have plenty of time to run all underneath and get all stabilized. And once I think it's been long enough, I'll shoot a little bit of accelerator on there and we'll sand it down. So I'll be back in a few. Okay, there we are. This looks pretty good. So I'm just going to grab a scraper and start scraping this back. So if you'll notice, I've got the scraper bent a little bit, so I'm only scraping this area. I'm not out here scraping areas that I don't want to be scraped right now. And I really like the way this came out. That little knot that's in the middle of this this little block here looks really cool, I think. Get it pretty level, but I've still got glue marks all around it, so it's not quite there yet. Getting close. I'm going to scrape this edge just a little bit more because I can still feel it. Okay. There we have it. That's pretty much it. So that's our end graft. That looks great. And we're pretty much done with the body now, except for just final sanding. So I might let this sit for a little while we go work on the neck. So I'll be back in just a bit.